quarterback prospects, but you don't need one because you just used one. Now the Ty Simpson pick, the light bulb goes over your head going, oh, okay. Because you were going to trade a draft pick in next year's draft for Myles Garrett. Unless you trust everybody. Here in Los Angeles, California. Holy
it's amazing.
Cow. Hope that answers your question, Shepard. Wow. Woo.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you will join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Our locally owned and operated small businesses are the heartbeat of our community. The 97.3 ESPN Industry Aces stand out as leaders in their fields, like Iron Shield Roofing and Siding. To learn more about protecting your home or business from the elements, visit them online, ironshieldroofingsiding.com. Atlantic City Electric. They offer a variety of options to help you save energy and money in a way that works for you. Find them at atlanticcityelectric.com/count on us. Support our industry aces, Iron Shield Roofing and Siding, and Atlantic City Electric today.
Automotive Avenues is ready to get you into a new ride. Your family-owned pre-owned dealership now has a location in Sewell. They
day with a blockbuster trade. A.J. Brown, not yet. Myles Garrett has been traded. Wow. What's up, everybody? The Sports Bash is live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and live video streaming on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, Myles Garrett has been traded to the Rams. The Rams have made the June 1st move that everybody's been talking about and waiting for, right? This is the one. In exchange for Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, and other picks going to Cleveland. Well, Myles Garrett will be in Philadelphia. He'll be playing for the Rams. If you're Howie Roseman today, does that deal make you have to change your mind and maybe think about something different? The Rams went from plus 800 to plus 650 in a matter of moments. They have the best pass rusher in football now, and he's going to be lining up against you potentially in an NFC championship game or an NFC divisional round game or a playoff game, and definitely in week 4 here in Philadelphia when the Eagles host the Rams. And at 4:01 today, your team will not be better. It will likely be worse when you trade A.J. Brown. Now, we don't know what the compensation is, but what we are hearing is that it will be a first-round pick in 2028. And that seems to be it. Is that good enough? Does Howie Roseman have to reconsider this now that he sees across the aisle you have an absolute beast mode with the LA Rams? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. I think if you look at this trade, you have to be saying to yourself, the Rams are now a clear favorite in the NFC. And possibly the Rams are not only the clear favorite in the NFC, they may also be the clear favorite in the NFL. This is a bombshell. Jared Verse is a really good player, and the Rams said, hold my beer. We got better. Jared Verse is a guy that was a younger player than Myles Garrett. And what would the equivalent of Philadelphia have to give up? I mean, Jared Verse is their best defensive pass rusher, I would guess, right? If you say to the Rams, who's your best defensive player? Jared Verse is probably the answer. Or he probably was the answer. But this is a guy who, for the Rams the last couple of seasons, no, he doesn't get 23 sacks, but 7.5 sacks last year, 4.5 his first year, nowhere near the sack numbers. I mean, he's not Myles Garrett by any stretch of the imagination. This guy was, defensive rookie of the year. You go back to his first season with the Rams, I think it was kind of, I don't want to say a surprise, but he had kind of was like a late blooming first season. And I think the Rams make out big time here. The draft pick they don't care about. They feel like they're going to be drafting in the late 20s or even 30 or 31 or 32 if they win a Super Bowl. So they say take the draft pick next year, 2027 first-round pick. They're going to be more in this deal. But they're saying Jared Verse, good player, not Myles Garrett. And if the Eagles offered the equivalent, they're offering Nolan Smith. And that's not enough. Nolan Smith, not better player than Jared Verse. Now, you would look at the numbers and say they're not all that far off, right? Nolan Smith's numbers and Jared Verse's numbers are not all that far off. We just said Verse had, 7.5 sacks last year, 4.5 his rookie season. So 11.5 sacks in 2 seasons. Nolan Smith has now played 3 seasons, and he has 10.5 sacks. He had 6.5 in 2024. Last year, he only had 3 in 12 games. So while those players might be comparable, versus better than Nolan Smith is. So you might say if the two teams were making an offer that were very similar, Cleveland says, okay, what are you offering? We're offering a first-round pick in 2027 and Jared Verse. The Eagles might say, well, we'll give you a first-round pick in 2027 and Nolan Smith. They have a better offer than you do. Now, I don't know. It says and more. I don't know what the and more is. And I'm sure the Eagles could have said, hey, listen, if they're giving you that, we'll give you this. But was it just the player that stood out? Or did the Eagles not make the call? I can't imagine that's the case. There was some reports today. You know, this Myles Garrett thing just started to snowball in the last, 2 hours. Where it was like, oh, my God, this is going to happen. Myles Garrett's getting traded. And there were some reports that the teams that had called about Myles Garrett were the Rams, the Cowboys, and the Eagles. So at that moment, when the Eagles' name's involved, I'm thinking, wow, we talked about this on Thursday or Friday of last week. Maybe they are doing what we talked about. And I had seen something from a Cleveland radio station where the host had said, look, I've already seen the text message that the deal is done, that this deal's been done for weeks. They didn't know to what team, but that basically Myles Garrett was getting traded. We all kept hearing June 1st, June 1st, June 1st. Today is June 1st, and A.J. Brown is still here. You have to wait till after 4 o'clock to make that happen, and that will happen, we would imagine, during football at 4 today. We'll talk to Mosher. Sal Paolantonio tonight at 5 o'clock. You know, we just simply look at this right now and say the A.J. Brown trade, everybody thought that was going to be the big conversation of this June 1st, and boom, the NFC landscape just completely shifted. Because one thing about the Rams that I have looked at over the years that, look, I think the Rams have been catching you. They've been right there at the doorstep. Last year you had to block a field goal to make that happen, to win that game. But ultimately, I think the Rams, one thing that never really worried me about the Rams was Jared Verse is a smaller guy. Their pass rush is good, but the Eagles' offensive line, you always feel like now the Eagles' offensive line is a drop-off from where it used to be. Now you've got Myles Garrett. That changes the dynamics of that defense completely, big time. The Rams have a defense now where they have a player where you have to account for him. You can't just say, we have a good offensive line that will take no, this guy is a game wrecker. Myles Garrett's a game wrecker. Jared Verse, too. What is he noted for? Wasn't he the loudmouth who basically, he talked a lot of crap against the Birds, and now he's going to be in Cleveland. 609-403-0973. I think this trade it's a gut punch, to be honest with you. This trade is a gut punch because they now have the best defensive player in football. The Rams do. The Rams basically beat you. Remember a day, there might be some younger fellas listening today or ladies. There used to be this thing called the newspaper, and you would open it up the next day and you would check out the headline. Well, the headline of the newspaper will read, "The Rams win the day." Listen, I'm already not happy about the A.J. Brown compensation and what will happen here. I'm already looking at what the Rams did and saying they have one-upped you, and you are about to get weaker in about 2 hours. So I don't know if Howie Roseman's looking at this and saying, man, I got to reconsider if I'm just giving away A.J. Brown for a 2028 second-round pick. 2028 first-round pick. And you have to now ask yourself this question. Is that 2028 pick something I want to hold on to, or do I need to use that pick for something else? Because I may have been interested in using that pick for Myles Garrett, and now Myles Garrett is out the door. I'll tell you what. Here's the other thing, too. There are a couple of June 1st names A.J. Brown is obviously the next one here. Myles Garrett was another one. There are teams out there that have to figure out what they're going to do with a lot of these guys as June 1st gets here now. Do they want to keep them or do they want to spread out the cap hit? That's why June 1st becomes a big day. They want to spread out the cap hit. And as soon as 4 o'clock this afternoon, technically 4:01, a deal can be made by Philadelphia. And as soon as Tuesday, they can name it and make it official. Now, Jeff McClain of the Inquirer reporting that the Eagles will get New England's first-round pick in 2028 and that is it. That is it. There's no more. And I think if I'm Philadelphia, I'm a little disappointed by that, knowing what Jaden Waddle just got in a trade from Denver with Miami. How is Miami able to get a better haul for Jalen Waddle than you are for A.J. Brown? That is very disheartening. And on the same day you ask that question, you wonder, did you not have enough ammunition to get involved in the Myles Garrett conversation? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. A.J. Brown most likely will be out of here by the end of the day, but the Rams have stolen the headlines today. Myles Garrett goes to L.A., and now the Rams have the best defensive player in football. Very, very shrewd move by Les Snead and the Rams.
So a couple of follow-up questions for you, Mike, off of your open here. One is you mentioned about only getting a first-round pick in 2020 for A.J. Brown. In your mind, is it possible that's all he's worth? Like, are other teams maybe looking at him and not valuing him as much as we value him? Like, did A.J. Brown's talking the last couple of years damage his trade value?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I guess you can't rule it out, but he is a wide receiver who's talented, has won a Super Bowl. He's never gotten in trouble off the field. I mean, these teams, good teams anyway, good teams, they're used to, I guess, having a wide receiver that's had a little bit of, something to say. I mean, the Patriots went to the Super Bowl last year. And now I get it. He worked with Vrabel before. They have a relationship. The Rams called about A.J. Brown. So it's not that teams were scared off by A.J.
Well,
Brown.
you can call about something. It doesn't mean you're offering a first-round pick, though.
No, and I don't know what the Eagles I'm sure they asked for a first-round pick, and maybe people started to back out about that. Now, from what I understand, part of this is the knee problem that he has, that lingering knee that got him traded in the first place to Philadelphia.
Oh, you mean the knee problem is connected to the hamstring problem these had in Philadelphia as well?
The knee that he got traded for originally, though, is the reason why the Titans didn't want to sign him and didn't want to, marry themselves to him.
Yeah,
it wasn't about his, off the field talking or whatever. It was that knee. And apparently, according to some reports, it's why the Patriots don't want to give up much more than what they're willing to give up.
Yeah, just to clarify, for those who don't know, so A.J. Brown, who has had hamstring issues the last couple of years, the hamstring's on the same leg as the knee problem, Mike, that you're referring to back from 2021.
Yeah, and that's why the Eagles were able to get A.J. Brown in the first place. It's because Tennessee didn't want to sign him long-term because he had a knee problem. We've seen it here in Philadelphia. The knee issues have popped up from time to time. And then the Patriots have said, listen, we don't want to give up too much because we do acknowledge he has that knee problem. So that has been a little bit of the problem in this trade talk as well, not to mention what kind of leverage do the Eagles have. Essentially, it seems like the Patriots are the team that A.J. Brown wanted to go to. So the Eagles didn't have a ton of leverage in this situation. Everybody in the league kind of knew that both the Eagles and Brown were ready for a divorce here, kind of an amicable split, if you will. It's like, I don't want to take you to the cleaners. We'll have an amicable split here, but I don't think that helped them in the trade situation. And it's now, if you get a 2028 first-round pick, Did you win the deal? Did you get what you were hoping for in trading your best offensive weapon? And let's be honest, A.J. Brown has essentially been your best offensive weapon here for the last 3 seasons. I mean, last year was such a weird year. I don't know where to kind of rank him. Even the year that Saquon has over 2,000 yards, A.J. Brown is still the one-on-one maven that you just threw the ball up and he bailed you out of a lot of stuff. You don't have that anymore. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Reaction to Garrett to the Rams, and it would seem the end of the A.J. Brown era will be in less than 2 hours. Now, when you win a Super Bowl, when you traded for A.J. Brown, and your end result is you won a Super Bowl, the Eagles obviously kicked ass in that trade. But it seems that they are ready to just move on without maybe doing total due diligence here. And when I look at this Myles Garrett deal, it's a gut punch, in my opinion.
Well, let me ask you, because you said you're saying without doing more due diligence. What do you think they haven't done due diligence? Like why do you feel that way?
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm wondering if this is the best deal, or now that the Garrett trade has happened, do they now get on the phone and say, wait a second, man, there's got to be something more out there for us? Because I wonder how much they were involved in the Garrett deal that they thought maybe the pick they were getting from this deal, and maybe the Rams are saying that pick wasn't enough. We got a 2027 pick from the Rams, Cleveland did. And the Eagles were saying, we've been trying to get them to give us a 2027 pick, and they won't do it. Maybe we can see if we can go get a 2027 pick, but the Rams beat them to it.
I think that deal, in my opinion, was more about Jared Verse than it was the pick, because you're getting a guy.
Well, according to a lot of reporting, Verse's name did not come up until the end of the line here once they brought his name up. So if it was pick for pick, and the Eagles are saying, I only have a 2028 pick to offer you right now, I don't have a 2027 pick.
Well, one of the things that Schefter said earlier on the McAfee show was that this deal was not a done deal until Jared Verse's name got involved. So if the deal wasn't a done deal, and maybe the Browns were not actively trying to trade him initially, maybe they told the Eagles, hey, man,
I don't think that's
we
the case,
appreciate
though.
your offer, but, we're not really actively trying to trade this.
I don't think that's the case. I think everything that Monken had said, the breadcrumbs were there that he knew that this was going to happen.
So you think there's a lot of charades?
100%. They knew June 1st should have been as talked about there as it was here. I just don't think the Browns people wanted to come to terms with the reality, whereas in Philadelphia, I think they were more coming to terms with the reality that A.J. Brown was gone. I don't think they wanted to come to, but as you're hearing today, Monken was basically said, I never met with the guy.
Right.
How do you not meet with the guy? Well, basically, they told me he wasn't going to be here. So I don't want to get my hopes up. So it seemed like now that we're hearing a bunch of stuff, the guy from the Cleveland radio station said today that he said the deal was done weeks ago.
Yeah, Tony Rizzo has been on Cleveland radio saying that the Myles Garrett deal has been done. He just wasn't sure what team it was, which kind of does make you wonder if a deal was done, but it was done weeks ago. Like, for all the flack the Eagles are getting about, remember you had Nick Cattle on, and he talked about how, the league was like, hey, can you maybe not do the A.J. Brown deal 401 on June 1st? Like, it's almost like, why are the Eagles getting the flack if the Browns have already had deals in hand for weeks?
Yeah, I mean, gut punch to me. To me, gut punch, because it sounds as if you possibly could have got this deal. And I don't look at their deal and say, I wouldn't do that. Jared Verse, a first-round pick and other draft picks. I don't look at that and say, they gave up way too much. I say, why couldn't I come up with that deal?
Well, is it as simple as Jared Verse is a better player than Nolan Smith, as you mentioned earlier? Like, is it as simple as that? Were the Browns a team that said, give us Jilix Hunt? The Eagles were like, we're not giving up Jilix Hunt?
Possible. I would have. I mean, I would go with Jonathan Grenard and Myles Garrett and then said, hey, Jilix Hunt's a guy we like a lot, but I got Myles Garrett. Thanks for playing. To me, the Rams did something to put them over the top, where they were in the conversation, and it doesn't mean they couldn't win before. Now they're the favorite. Now they're the favorite. That doesn't guarantee them, but now you're going to have to upset them.
Right. You're going to have to do something on the field, no matter what you do off the field. You got to do something on the field to upset their advantage over you, which is, whether we like it or not, the Eagles have had a great offensive line in years past, but, Lane Johnson is another year older. This team has come up a very banged up year last year, and the Rams just upgraded their D-line.
Rams are the favorite, plus 600, and Philadelphia is plus 1,600. The Rams are a clear favorite now. They were plus 850. They moved up to plus 600. So they have distanced themselves from everybody. So this is the team that was already the favorite that has now said, not only were we the favorite, we are now strongly the favorite. So on a day where many people are bracing themselves for the A.J. Brown move, I think the Rams win the day. I think the Rams win the day, and they're now the team to clearly beat in the NFC. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Jim in Williamstown says, all the nonsense around A.J. Brown, why would anyone want to get involved? New England, good young team. Why would they chance ruining that? At least, why would they overpay? Well, Jim in Williamstown, I think to the Eagles fans, it's a lot of nonsense going around. But in reality, A.J. Brown has not been an off-the-field problem. They won a Super Bowl with him. So they were able to persevere with what he brought to the table off the field or in the locker room, which by all accounts, he's not a bad dude at all.
He's
so
actually,
Jim, I mean, I know it's annoying to the fans to have to listen and deal with that, but he is a very popular figure in that locker room.
He's beloved in the Eagles locker room. But again, this trade in many ways is not about the stuff that the Eagle fans are talking about. It's about a lot of variables that, for reality is that you mentioned about the knee injury. Maybe the Eagles know more about his knee and hamstring issues than we do.
I do think the Eagles are trying to get out of A.J. Brown before
right,
instead of being stuck with him during.
Right.
And maybe they thought last year that the decline was beginning. We know these wide receivers, they decline quickly.
Yeah, when it hits hard.
609-403-0973, BC and Bowers Beach. Says Josh Sweat to the Birds. Big disappointment. Only a 2028 first rounder for AJ. Rams went all in. BC, by the way, I drove through Bowers Beach, Delaware last weekend. Now I do think, and somebody else texted in, do they pivot to Max Crosby? I definitely think you have to now look around and say, do we have to try to do something? As I've been saying all along, if you're going to trade A.J. Brown, fine. But how do you trade A.J. Brown and don't help Philadelphia Eagles out? That's all. That's all I'm saying. 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Phillies weekend started off pretty good, and then they went to L.A., and they got lucky to get one of those games. We're going to get into the weekend that was. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Also, on a Friday news dump, the Sixers hired a new president of basketball operations. Coming up at 3:30 today, we're going to talk to a former teammate at West Virginia of Mike Gansey. That is LaSalle head basketball coach Darris Nichols, who played at WVU, played with Mike Gansey. We'll get his thoughts on why Gansey has been a successful GM in the NBA at 3:30 today. He also played with Joe Mazzulla at West Virginia, so we'll get his thoughts on why Mazzulla has been such a successful NBA basketball coach. So Darris Nichols, the head coach of the LaSalle Explorers at 3:30, plus Sal Paolantonio tonight at 5 o'clock with thoughts on Myles Garrett, A.J. Brown. What else could be happening with the Philadelphia Eagles? Coming up, though, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by the law office of Craig A. Altman.
Don't hope to get lucky with the insurance companies. Listen, you want to be like Mike Gill and be let down because you only get something after a bad situation happens to you, a car accident, slip and fall at work, and you think, you know what, maybe this injury can be a blessing in disguise, and the insurance company comes along and crushes all of your hopes and dreams. Don't hope to get lucky. Call the law Craig A. Altman at 856-327-8899. You don't pay nothing unless they win. Don't hope for the best. Don't wish upon a lucky star. Call 856-327-8899 with all offices in Violent, backed by a law firm that knows how to win. At the law, Craig A. Altman, the tough lawyers who can handle the tough cases like your car accident or injury claim. Is them online at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
All right, coming up, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, PressOfAC.com. Thoughts on the Phillies weekend, the NBA Finals are set, and more. All right, June 1st, 2:32. Myles Garrett is coming to Philadelphia in week 4. He'll be a member of the Rams. A.J. Brown is still in Philly, I would imagine, for about another hour and a half. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, set to join us now. Busy Phillies weekend. The NBA Finals are set. We had a Game 7 on Saturday night. All that and more right now with Mike McGarry, the columnist from the Press of Atlantic City, sports columnist, the L.A. Rams, Mike, they said, everybody, I'm jumping to the front of the line. Put me on the front page of the newspaper.
Yeah, and what I find interesting about that is their kind of philosophy is to go out and get these stars, get these established guys. They've done it in the past. They kind of don't really even concentrate, not that they don't concentrate on the draft or they ignore the draft, but they're a team that kind of builds their roster, through trades, through free agent signings, and kind of minimizes the draft. And so far it's worked for them. And obviously the player they got today is a game-changing player and kind of, again, I would think put them to the forefront when you talk about NFC contenders.
Yeah, you look at that. You say, man, they went all out today and got Myles Garrett to complete a defense that was already pretty good. They end up giving up Jared Verse in the deal. And then there's A.J. Brown, Mike. You wonder if this deal changes Howie Roseman's opinion or not, or makes him get a little does he make more calls, or is that deal a fait accompli at 4 o'clock today?
Yeah, I think it's a fait accompli. I mean, they've had since the last play of last season to kind of discuss it. I don't think anything's going to change now. And finally, the A.J. Brown saga will be over, or maybe just beginning, depending on your perspective, basically.
All right, there's some football news today. Myles Garrett is going. By the way, it's Jared Verse, first-round pick next year, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. So 3 picks, Jared Verse for Myles Garrett. That's the move there. I want to go to the Phillies weekend and get some thoughts there because they did get a win in a game that really they had no business winning. Could have been swept by the Dodgers. What do you learn from and take away from that series?
Well, it's kind of interesting, right? Because, you take the temperature of Phillies fans today, and this was a team that went 4-2 on a West Coast road trip. And usually a 4-2 West Coast road trip is greeted with, like, you're popping champagne bottles when that happens, basically. But somehow it doesn't seem like it's 4-2, and it actually feels like the fan base is kind of depressed more than anything today. And it just comes back to the lack of offense. And, Mike, they're 2 games over 500. You look at this stretch. We talked about this being a key stretch with the 3 games against the Guardians at home and then the 6-game West Coast road trip. They're 5-4 on that stretch. So they're 5-4 on the stretch they're on right now. They're 2 games over 500. And what I take away from is maybe, Mike, they are a 500 team. Maybe they're a team that's going to win 83, 84, 85 games this season. Now, that will probably get them into the playoffs as a wild card, but maybe instead of waiting for guys to hit, this is what they are, and they're basically a 500 team.
They have been a 500 team. They got the win with a very wonky situation that you tweeted about, and a lot of people were talking about, Mike. In the 6th inning of the game, they pinch hit for Brandon Marsh. Now, this was very normal with Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson, guy came up, left-handed pitcher, left-handed batter. I go to my righty. They have since kind of got away from platoons all over the place and pinch hitting like that all the time. But Don Mattingly said the other night, you know what? I'm going to hit for Marsh here. And Sosa strikes out. He later comes up and hits a home run. A weird situation that actually helps them win the game, but do we expect to see more of that?
Yeah, I mean, to me, in that situation, right, Marsh has had a good season this year, a very good season. There was talk that Marsh was going to be an everyday player. Well, either he plays every day or he doesn't play every day. Either he's an everyday player or he's not an everyday player. And if you're an everyday player, having an excellent season and you're batting cleanup, you don't come out for a pinch hitter in the 6th inning. 9th inning, maybe. 6th inning, no. The guy you're putting in, Edmundo Sosa, the at-bat in the 6th inning was one of the worst at-bats I've ever seen. He swung at 3 pitches that weren't even close to the strike zone. It was a non-competitive at-bat. Now, granted, he goes up to the 9th inning and hits a home run to win the game, but to me, that's more on the Los Angeles Dodgers reliever, who for some reason threw Edmundo Sosa a pitch right down the middle of the plate, a cookie right down the middle of the plate that, Mike, you could have hit out of Dodger Stadium. Why you throw Edmundo Sosa a strike in that spot? The guy has not swung at a strike since April, early April. They gave him a fastball right down the middle of the plate, and he hit a home run. So Edmundo Sosa, kind of saving Donnie Baseball's bacon right there with that home run. And I just feel that I've had enough of this discussion. Is Marsh a platoon player? Is he not a platoon player? Is he an everyday player? Is he not an everyday player? Either he plays every day or he doesn't. They said he was an everyday player. Everyday players don't get pinch hit for in the 6th inning, especially by a guy, and I know he hit a home run later, but Edmundo Sosa's stats, not exactly lighting the world on fire.
Yeah, and after the game, Mattingly said, I like the matchup there. Is that going to be something that some nights I like the matchup, other nights I don't like the matchup? I did think it was a peculiar time to all of a sudden decide, you know what, I like this platoon situation.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about liking the matchups. Like, I don't understand right now looking at the Philadelphia Phillies hitters, and Edmundo Sosa is one of them, how you like any matchup. I mean, I would favor, myself on the pitching mound against these Phillies hitters right now. The catcher can't hit. The second baseman can't hit. The shortstop can't hit. The third baseman can't hit. The right fielder was 3 for 57 in May. How do you go 3 for 57 in a month? How do you not stumble your way to 4 for 56? The guy's 3 for 57, and the center fielder can't hit. So again, we circle back to what type of team this is. To me, they're a 500 team because they can't hit, and their pitches have to be perfect for them to win a game. You look at the game, I think it was Friday night. Zach Wheeler, not great, gives up 4 solo home runs. Would it kill the Phillies to win a game 5-4 or 6-4? They can't score more than 3 runs in a game. When's the last time they won a game 5-2 or 6-3 or, God forbid, 9-2 or something? Their pitches have to be absolutely almost perfect or on a 44 and 2/3 inning scoreless streak for them to have any chance to win.
Yeah, 9-1 was the score in yesterday's game. And obviously, as you mentioned, the offense was pretty much non-existent all weekend outside of the home run from Edmundo Sosa. And that's a move that it doesn't even seem like we like all that much. You talked a little bit, Garcia. He's in like a 3 for 50 slump with about 30 strikeouts along the way there. We've talked about a right-handed bat over the last couple of years, but at what point do they have to say, we've got to do something in right field?
Today, I mean, this guy cannot continue out there. He's 3 for 57, and I understand he's made a couple of very good defensive plays in the outfield right here. But Mike, right field is not shortstop. It is not catcher. It is not center field. You have to be able to hit to play right field, and 3 for 57 isn't cutting it. And the reason I say today is because this isn't just a sample of April and May. This is a guy who didn't hit in 2024, didn't hit in 2025, and now 2 months into 2026, he's not hitting. So, we hear, look at the back of the baseball card. They always get to the back of the baseball card. Well, the back of Garcia's baseball card the last 2 years stinks, and he looks like he's headed exactly for that back of the baseball card performance in a bad way. So to me, you cannot play a guy out in right field who's 3 for 57. Just get anybody in the organization. They have to be able to go 4 for 56. 3 for 57 is ridiculous.
3 for 57 with 30 strikeouts is what he is in his last 57 at-bats. 30 strikeouts. That is an alarming amount. The only thing that makes this a little bit of a conversation is because he has been excellent out in right field, something that Castellanos was not. But, Mike, I don't know what kind of replacement they have. Mattingly seemed to say, listen, The other guys aren't hitting either, so I'll just stick with the defensive players.
Yeah, I understand that, and I understand the lack of replacements, for the right fielder, for the third baseman, for the second baseman, for the catcher, basically, for the center fielder. I understand there's not options there, but you're at a point right now, Mike, where 3 for 57. I mean, you just can't run the guy out there. It's almost not fair to him. Give him a couple of days off. Give him 3-4 days off to clear his head. Play anybody else out there because they've got to be better. It's hard to be worse. And then maybe try Garcia one more time before you make a decision on him and what you're going to do going forward. But you're almost not being fair to the player by putting a guy out there who has no reason to believe that he's going to be successful when he's 3 for 57 with 30 strikeouts. Give him a couple days off, put anybody else out there, and then maybe come back to him and see if that helps him. And then if that doesn't work, if he continues down this path, then you got to make a tough decision maybe around the end of June and July, because you just can't have your right fielder, a position in baseball that you normally look for offense, providing absolutely no offense.
No offense there. No offense as you just kind of went around the diamond. No offense from the catcher. No offense from center field. Third base, second base have been average at best. That's being kind. I know Stott hit a homer yesterday, but he was hitless in the last 5 games before that. They're going to have a lot of choice or decisions to make before the deadline here. And, Mike, they've had these same choices to make the last couple of years and haven't done anything with those choices.
Right. Absolutely. And Mike, the thing that's so troubling about it is if you want to tell me, again, you hear about track records and the back of baseball cards. If you want to tell me that the shortstop, Trey Turner, is going to hit better, I will believe that. I will agree with you. But Bryson Stott, this is the Bryson Stott that we saw all of last season. Alec Bohm, this is the Alec Bohm we saw all of last season. JT Realmuto, age, and we saw him hit like this season. We talked about Garcia, hasn't hit since 2023, and you look at Crawford in center field, and he's got no track record. He's a rookie in his second month. So you look at this lineup and their inability to hit, and the question is, why are any of these guys all of a sudden going to start hitting better tomorrow when the track record dating back to last season, and in some cases further back, says they're probably only going to get worse?
Yeah, well, they're worse. Mike, we were talking about this before the show today. It's hard to believe that this offense is actually worse than last year's offense. Do you agree?
Yeah, it is, because somehow Garcia, being a much better defensive player, is almost worse than Castellanos offensively. And at least last year you had a great season from Trey Turner, hit over 300, won the batting title. Now he's taken a big step backwards in the offense there. So that's the kind of the two issues there, or the big issue there when comparing the lineup to last year is Trey Turner. I mean, this year he's been terrible. Last year he had a very good season, won the batting title. So you go from 300 down to whatever he's hitting now, 230, 240. That's a big drop off, and then you don't get anything out of right field. That's a problem also.
Well, they got a lot of problems there. Phil's off tonight. They will be back home tomorrow night, and of course we'll have more on the Phillies Wednesday night. It's the NBA Finals. It's your Knicks, and they're going to take on the Spurs. The Spurs win Game 7, and I think earlier the Knicks fans were like, you know what? I'd rather play the Spurs. But after they win 2, including 1 in Oklahoma City, now what?
Well, Mike, I'd rather play the Spurs, okay? I just think it's a better matchup for the New York Knicks. And when I look at that Game 7, I've said it before on this show, I've said it to my friends, the 2 best basketball players I've ever seen in my life are Michael Jordan and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And Wemby has the potential to sort of be a combination of both of those guys. And nowhere was that better seen than in the fourth quarter of Game 7 Saturday night. I think about 6 minutes to go in the game, when off the dribble, Wemby nailed, a step back 3 to kind of cement San Antonio and help them hold off Oklahoma in that fourth quarter. I just think Oklahoma would have been a tougher matchup for the Knicks. Kareem Russo would have tortured Brunson. And honestly, I've been the biggest Wemby fan on the planet. I think he's got the potential to be the best player ever, but it scares me to say this. Wemby aside, I think the Knicks are better.
Wow.
I think the Knicks are better at every position on the court except for the Wemby spot.
Oh, boy, that should be very interesting then. That makes this a very intriguing, matchup. You had Chet Holmgren the other night turn into Ben Simmons right before our very eyes, right? He just absolutely had he vanished in the middle of that game. Actually, he vanished from the start of that game.
Yeah, he disappeared. But again, you look at the guy, I think what really kind of disappointed me about Holmgren, he just kind of seemed to lose his confidence during the series and wasn't as much of a threat from the perimeter as I think you need to be against Wemby.
Took two shots.
I mean, in the words of James Harden, maybe the ball didn't come his way, but it was not it was a performance that kind of raised some questions about Holmgren going forward. And it also is a lesson for the Knicks. That's where I think the Knicks have a little bit of an advantage, where you can put Cat on the perimeter. He can shoot from the perimeter. He can play on the perimeter. He can put the ball on and drive to the basket. I think he's a more versatile player than Holmgren showed in the past series.
All right. Well, you can get good value on the Knicks if you want to bet the Knicks to win the series. They are the dog. It starts on Wednesday night. You can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, I anticipate record-breaking ratings for this one. Will be one of the most watched NBA finals maybe of all time.
Yeah, I mean, the NBA right now, a lot of people like to take shots at the NBA and this and that, but they've got their dream matchup. You have a play. And Mike, I was thinking about this today. It always seems to work like this with the NBA, and I think it's the factor that the one-star player can have so much impact on your team. The NBA seems to always get its stars into the championship game. I mean, LeBron James took Cleveland to the NBA final in his second or third season. Wemby in his third season taking San Antonio, and you have Wemby, the best player on the planet, taking his team into the final against the Knicks, a team looking for their first championship in 53 years in the biggest market of the country. Again, if you're the NBA, you can't have a better matchup. And I will say this, Mike, I do think the Knicks are better today, but the Knicks better win this year, because the San Antonio Spurs, with guys like Castle and Harper and the young talent they have on that team, this might be the one year you can get them. So if you're going to beat the Spurs, you better beat them this year, Mike. And I'll throw one more thing in. How did Rutgers only win 15, 16 games with Dylan Harper there, for God's sakes? The guy's excelling in Game 7 of the NBA Western Conference Finals, and Rutgers can't beat Northwestern with them. What's going on in Piscataway?
They have Ace Bailey, too. I mean, they had two top 5 picks. All right, Mike, appreciate it as always, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road.
All right, Mike. Rest of the list. Ball in 10 minutes from now. Stick around here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And this hour of the show was brought to you by our friends Craig A. Altman, the law offices, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up next hour, the Phillies Fastball Plus LaSalle head basketball coach Darris Nichols. He played with Mike Gansey at West Virginia. What does he think about him running the Philadelphia 76ers organization now? He'll be the new president of basketball operations. That was announced late on Friday. We'll have more on that, plus football at 4. We're all waiting for the A.J. Brown trade, but the Rams jumped in first and traded for Myles Garrett. Yes, you heard that right. More Sports Bash all the way on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the 97.3 YouTube channel. 3 o'clock hour, time for the Phillies Fastball, brought to you by Ventnor Social. We're going to be there on Thursday. We'll be live at Ventnor Social, Phillies Day Baseball against the Padres. Come on out and see the show live at Ventnor Social and watch the Phillies with us. You have a chance to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. Phillies Fastball, Oscar Budajin, who is the former play-by-play voice on the Spanish radio for the Phillies, along with Jeff Kerr, who covers the Phillies for 97.3 ESPN.com. They join me now for today's edition of Phillies Fastball, taking a look at the Phil's West Coast trip. 4-2 trip, boys. You would say that's a successful trip, 4-2, but it's kind of highlighted with the way the trip ended out in L.A., Oscar. Let's start with you on that. What do you make of the Phillies' 4-2 6-game trip out there to the West Coast?
Look, there's no way to – this team, the only way this team wins is when our pitching is at its highest level. If we depend on our hitting, this team is probably a below 500 team. I mean, the hitting leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, when you get 2 hits from Schwarber in a series, a hit by Harper, a couple hits by Turner, there's no way you're going to win teams. I mean, when your top hitters are not delivering, and we know what the rest of the lineup is providing. And look, Wheeler was not at his best. Luzardo was okay. I mean, he did his part, and Painter did not did his part in LA. And look, unless they are elite, you have the elite pitching, you're not going to win games. I mean, that's the Phillies, the 2026 Phillies. And the big question here to me is this a 500 team? Is it a 2026 Philadelphia Phillies a 500 team versus being a team that's going to win 90 or more games?
Yeah, Jeff, obviously you look good in the Padre series, but you watch that Padre team, they mirror the Phillies a lot. A team with just no offense. It was just like a rock fight. Nobody could score, and the Phillies pitching a little bit better than their pitching. And then you face the Dodgers, and really, interestingly enough, they win the game that everybody's talking about, where they hit Sosa for Marsh, and he strikes out, and then Sosa comes up and hits the home run. But that seemingly is the game that a lot of people are talking about. What did you make of the series against the Dodgers and how that all went down?
I mean, look, the Dodgers are clearly better than the Phillies. I think that's clear as day. And look, everybody wants, even in the win, everybody criticized the win because they couldn't admit that they might have been wrong about Don Mattingly's move in the 6th, which eventually did pay off. I mean, probably not the way he wanted it to pay off, but if you're looking at things in hindsight and a results based, well, then you have to admit he was right there. But again, that was their win. They've still had trouble getting runs. They haven't scored more than 4 runs in the game in 2 weeks. They can't hit. Their right-handed batters cannot hit. Adolis Garcia is garbage. He's not hitting. I'm sorry. I hate to admit that, but 3 for 50 is 3 for 50. Like, he has to figure this out. These guys have to start hitting the baseball, and there's no internal solution for this. We're going to be talking about this for 2 more months.
Yeah. The last 2 weeks, 2.33 runs, 2.3 runs against the Reds and the Guardians, and this week 2.8 runs. I mean, you beat the Padres, but you beat the Padres because the Padres couldn't hit. I mean, that's the reality. I mean, you got great pitching, and the Padres couldn't hit. But I mean, we had an awful hitting series or West Coast trip. I mean, that's the reality of it. And pitching was the one that got us, and that timely home run by Mundito. I mean, that's how you win. You were able to escape 4-2 in the series. You allowed 3.17 runs during the West Coast trip.
I look at the game on Friday night as the game that's an eye-opener. I got Zach Wheeler pitching, and he was okay. He gives up 4 solo home runs, and yet I'm not even facing a guy that I probably will see in a playoff series in Justin Robleski, and he shuts me down. He had a no-hitter going through 6, and he has 9 strikeouts. And I'm saying I have my ace on the mound, or one of my 2 aces, that when he pitches, I expect to win that game. And I'm facing a guy who's not even one of their playoff rotation pitchers, and I'm getting no hit, and I strike out 9 times. That's the eye-opener for me of, I don't know how you fix it. I don't know what you do, but do I have to change my approach of, I know I don't have enough offense. Do I add another arm? But that's the kind of game that I say, even with Zach Wheeler, I didn't win that game against a lesser pitcher. So that's a big eye opener for me. That was
I told you, Mike. I told you on Friday. That Wheeler had not had his career against the Dodgers have not been good. He's had 7 starts with a 4.35 ERA, and in LA, 4 starts with a 5.75 ERA, and he allowed 4. So the beauty of it was only solo home runs, but it was 4 runs. But you couldn't hit. I mean, the hitting it wasn't there.
It just felt like they were out of the game when it was 3-0.
Yes.
You
got 3 hits. Three hits.
Oscar and Jeff. This is where the game. It was the epitome of everything. Robleski, who has not been good, by the way. I mean, he had given up 4 runs his previous start early in the game, and he comes out. He strikes out the side. 1, 2, 3. Strikeout. And then you give up a home run in the second inning to Freeman, and the game felt like it was over, right?
I mean, Friday night was just we're lucky we escaped with a win. We're lucky, and I probably would have done the same thing Mattingly did, but look, Mundito doesn't hit the home run. We're going. I mean, we don't win any games in Dodgers against the Dodgers.
Well, let's talk about that move because it's being talked about a lot. They finally have committed to Marsh of playing, and then they hit for Marsh in the 6th inning. It was a very Rob Thompson type of move, right? Where, hey, let's just go by the book. Let's hit the righty because they have a lefty in there. What was your reaction when the move was made in the 6th?
I said interesting. And I'm like, okay. But I'm thinking to myself, well, there's going to be another lefty coming up later in the game. So, because the Dodgers are full of lefties. So I understood the move. Again, players make these moves happen, right? They make them work. And Mundo Sosa's at bat in the 6th was terrible. He made up for it in the 8th. So I was okay with it. I didn't want to live tweet or do any of that stuff because too many people couldn't admit they were wrong. Oh, I still wouldn't have done it. No, you wouldn't have. Stop lying to yourself. Like, I don't know. That's the thing when you tweet in real time. You have to own up to it. If it ends up
it's an early
wrong.
move, right? I mean, Topper used to keep everyone until like the 7th or 8th inning, and that's what he would. To me, a lot of these decisions are done by analytics. It'll be interesting. I mean, we'll never know if this is a Mattingly move or this is an analytics move. If you look at their careers, it is the right thing to do. If you look at the 2026 Brandon March against lefties this year has a 711 OPS, while Mundito has a 642 OPS.
And he was hitting 280 against lefties. So I can see the Vidal coming. Exactly. If you're going by that. Yeah.
So
we all know that
Brandon move there. I probably would have made it later on in the game.
We all know that Brandon Marsh historically against lefties has not been good. Yeah. Small sample size this year. He is hitting 282.
711 OPS.
You're right, Oscar. I wonder if they had a conversation and said, hey, listen, I know you want to play Marsh, but the numbers say you need to make that move. And because his answer after the game was more, well, I like that matchup. And it was almost like he didn't even believe what he was saying.
Or that's just how he talks. But look, to me, the whole thing with the whole Marsh Sosa conundrum, I still think they show their faith in Marsh because he plays every day. I mean, he takes him out. By the way, guys, I'm losing my memory here. Saturday, Brandon Marsh is a cleanup hitter, right?
Yes.
Am I forgetting?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was even a little more interesting that you pull your cleanup hitter. But I know that's just a label now. Being the cleanup hitter isn't what it used to be. But it was interesting that they had lefty on Saturday, but they were also.
You know what's a shame? You know what's a shame? That we don't have a better right-handed bat coming out of the bench that can go take an at bat so important as that one to bring you a run in with a sacrifice fly ball. I mean that is a reality because let's be very clear. Mundito Sosa is a free swinger. I mean when he goes up to the plate, he ain't getting any base on balls. He's swinging for the fences, and you have the bases loaded with 1 out, and you absolutely needed to bring that run. And look, Mundito is the best thing you got in the bench versus having somebody that's more capable of doing it.
And you know what, Oscar? You're right. He was looking for a pitch to crush. He didn't get it.
Yeah, his at bat in the 6th was horrendous, by the way. Sosa's. He just
So that's
looked
why
completely-
everybody was so mad on X. I had the phone off, and I didn't see it till after the game that people were so upset. But I'm like, hey, look, it looked like the manager ended up being right.
He ended up being right. Yes, he ended up being right in the end, but in the 6th inning, right, it looked like a terrible decision. And that was the question. You said, the fact that he was hitting in the 4-hole. Marsh was the thing with Marsh is Mattingly said before, it almost wasn't a ringing endorsement of Marsh. He's saying, I don't have any other better options, so I'll just play the defensive players. Because Marsh has played against lefties, but they have him hitting in like the 9-hole sometimes.
Yeah.
So it shows you they really don't like him hitting against lefties.
Yeah, I mean that's a reality, man. I mean that's a reality. Look, I have some very interesting numbers here, Mike. You'll enjoy this one, Mike and Geoff. Here we go, and all our friends out there.
Yeah,
our hitting last year in April we went 14-12. This year we went 10-16. Last April, right? 10-16 this year, 14-12, basically 500 last year. We scored 4.3 runs per game last year. We were 18th in baseball. This year we scored 3.88. We're 26th. So last year we were 18th in April, and then this year we're 26th. In May, last year, 5.04 runs per game.
May. They hit last May.
4th in baseball. The Phillies this year in May hitting 4 runs per game, 1.04 runs less than last year. We're 22nd in baseball. So Don Mattingly is winning because of our pitching, primarily our starting pitching. We're not winning because of our hitting.
Yeah. You know what, Oscar? Here's another fun stat for you. The Phillies had the biggest drop in baseball in OPS, second biggest drop in baseball in OPS from last year to this year. You know the only team that's worse? The Mets.
Well, guys, I would ask,
we're the worst team in baseball this year on on-base percentage as of right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I'm talking OPS. On-base
and the drop. Yeah. OPS. On-base percentage I was talking about. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Geoff.
I would ask this question. I don't even know if it's much of a debate. Their offense, which was not good last year, for the most part, it let them down in the playoffs. This offense is clearly worse than last year's offense. And part of this discussion that we should bring in is you got a guy, last year Castellanos was horrendous. They finally ended up platooning him. Adolis Garcia is 3 for his last 57 with 30 strikeouts. 30 strikeouts. Now, the one big difference between him and Castellanos is he does play a good right field, but how much longer can you keep trotting him out there?
You can't. Like, this is horrendous. And look, I was on the same page as Oscar was at one point. This guy's going to hit for power at some point. He just looks lost. Like, you can't play this guy.
Continues to move, huh? The point continues to
the goalpost. The goalpost is moving, Oscar.
So what do you do? What kind of, Geoff, you know their minor league system probably better than anybody out there. What do they have any options, or do you have to keep playing Garcia?
What options would you want? Like, it's Dylan Carlson and Gabriel Rincones. That's it. I mean, Rincones might be coming up. It's because they need somebody. It's desperate right now.
And neither of them, I was looking at the stats today, neither of them are hitting. I mean, the only guy that is hitting is called Felix Reyes. That is the only guy that is hitting.
Yeah, and we saw the lack of opportunity he got up here.
Well, is it so bad that the problem with Garcia is he does play defense, so you do have a role for him here. But is it so bad that you have to try someone else in right field?
Exactly. Adolis Garcia doesn't deserve to be cut. He deserves to be on this team because of his defense. But man, like no matter where you put him, 7th, 8th, 4th, he's not hitting. Like, I did not expect him to be this bad this year.
Look, two guys, there are probably 3 guys you would consider in AAA. One would be Brian De La Cruz. He's hit before, but he's hitting in the last 10 games.
He's not really hitting either.
He's hitting 216 in the last 10 games. I mean, Gabriel Rincones have only played 5 games, and he's hitting 250. And then, Dylan Crawford could not have started worse. He's hitting 158.
Yeah.
He has a home run and 5 RBIs, but he's just not cutting it. And by the way, I do believe they're trying to expedite getting Dylan Carlson ready to come, but he's just not hitting. I mean, that's the reality.
Well,
they brought up They brought up Stuart Baroja, Jeff, over, Friday. What was the, what's the plan there? How does he's not here to hit. I mean, what is his role?
I mean, really, his role is provide some defense and give Justin Crawford a break every once in a while. Like, they needed, look, the role they had for Otto Kemp and Felix Reyes, they just weren't using. That was the problem. They weren't using them in at bats, and they weren't putting them in the field because they didn't trust them in the field. They needed the better defender. They need their bench is horrendous. Let's be real here. That's why Adolis Garcia plays every day. You have Garrett Stubbs on this bench. I don't understand what he's here for, honestly, and I like Garrett Stubbs. Rafael Marchand, he does not work well with Andrew Painter. That's clear as day. He's not hitting.
That's the difference.
And again, you have no catchers, so he has to be up. This is the problem. And you could blame Dave Dombrowski, you could blame Brian Barber, you could blame whoever. But they just don't have anybody that can challenge anybody.
I thought Baroa, after getting that huge base hit to drive in and run on,
he had a good game
Friday.
on Friday.
Yes. Why don't you put him in right field the second day? I thought he was going to play and said sit Garcia game and just put Baroa in right field and
just see what he does.
Reward him for what he did. I mean, and he didn't do it.
Right, Oscar, you've been pretty steadfast on saying that, hey, play the guy who's the hot guy. And if Baroa had a hit the other night, keep him out there, see if he can keep going.
Yeah, Oscar's right about that. Also, there's a reason why Dave Dombrowski spent 3 days in Reading last week with his guys. There's a reason why they were out there. Because they are looking at those players.
They're evaluating what the game plan is going to be. And I'm telling you, it is a very, very difficult situation because you need at least a couple of hitters that can make contact, I don't care if they're righties or lefties. You need a couple of hitters that are more contact hitters that can get on base, have a high on base percentage to try to get this lineup going. I mean, look, guys, we're the worst in baseball on base percentage. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Well, listen, we have the Garcia thing in right field. There's no one really in the minors ready to come up to help. But are any of the guys in the minors, Jeff, trade chips that can help get him a player to help the big league club? Do any of these guys, Felix Reyes is ripping it down there right now. Does he have any value? Otto Kemp, it looks like the Phillies have no future for him here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So do you look at Rincones? Do you look at guys at the minors and say, hey, they might not have a role here? That's how they better the right field situation, using one of them to bring in somebody.
I mean, maybe there's guys in Reading they could trade. But here's the thing, I think Alex McFarland can help this team, but they could trade him. The guy throws 98, 99 and is unbelievable in relief. He has a .48 ERA. That's a trade piece. Gage Wood, in a way, is a trade piece. I don't want him doing that either because he might be their best starter outside of the five right now. So
the reality is we have an average, at best, we have an average farm system, at best.
Yes. Yeah. And there's a lot of talent in the lower levels, but that's years away. That's the issue.
Right. And I'm glad you brought that up, Oscar. That was kind of the point is not only do they not have major league talent, they don't have a lot of minor league talent that would get you any value to get somebody back. And then we say that Rincones is interesting because he hits left-handed and your lineup is so left-handed that maybe you don't see a path for him to help you out. But I don't know. He's coming off of an injury. He's been hurt. So I don't know that he has any value. Kemp obviously doesn't have a lot of value.
The truth, I don't think this team needs to bring minor league players up because they're not going to be able to deliver. You need people that have major league experience. Brian De La Cruz does, but he's not hitting. He's not hitting. So we're going to get, can you somehow bring Brian De La Cruz and see if he can turn it on? The guy have been in the majors before and he's delivered, or Dylan Carlson. Those are the only two guys that I see right now internally, but externally, you need people that can get on base. That's what you need.
All right, boys. Well, they have the night off tonight, and that offense needs it. You talk about a reset. They all have a reset tonight, right? They all have a reset tonight, and then they'll get back at it tomorrow. We'll have Phillies Fastball for you tomorrow.
They can go, Mike. They can go to Foley's, the Phillies Sports Shop, and maybe go get some merchandise from 2008 and can get them going or something, inspire them or something.
I would like that.
I don't think
like
they
a
want to
nice
go in
fresh-
public right now.
Well, they're going to play a Padres team starting tomorrow that can't hit either. So, hey, let's look at the pitching matchups real quick, and we'll talk more about this series on tomorrow's Phillies Fastball. But for this series, you got Aaron Nola, Sanchez, and Wheeler. So you got Sanchez and Wheeler in 2 of the 3 games here. You got to feel pretty good about the pitching matchups in this series.
Yeah, I do. I do agree with you. I mean, this is a nice matchup. I mean, Nola comes after very good games against the Padres in San Diego. You got the best pitcher in baseball right now in Christopher Sanchez. I mean, continuing to build on that record. I think he's an inning away from beating a Mets guy, a lefty Mets guy that has the number 1 scoreless streak among lefties in the history of baseball. So hopefully he can get it over the hump there. And then Wheeler against Yolito, which they recently signed. So I think, look, you should feel comfortable that you can even sweep the series.
I kind of like how, and look, right now over the next 9, some games is kind of surviving, but I kind of like how they match up against the Padres. I kind of like how they match up against the White Sox, especially with Murakami being injured right now. Toronto will be tough. They always have issues there, but after Toronto, if you look at their June schedule, it gets a lot easier as the month goes on.
By the way, Phillies have fallen to 3rd place behind the Washington Nationals. They are 9.5 back.
That is the surprise of baseball to me this year. The Washington, they can hit, but they can't pitch.
Game and a half out of the wild card. There are a plethora of teams battling it out, but the wild card is way down the road. We're
a game and a half. I mean, we're a game and a half. What can we say?
And it's June 1st. We're not even 60 games in, right? Am I correct
right
on that?
around the 60 game mark. The 60 game will be tomorrow. Will be game 60.
So there we go. By the way, I mean, I know everybody's upset about 4-2 road trip, but if someone told me last Monday the Phillies are going to go 4-2 on that road trip, I was saying, no, I'll take it.
Well, today you first. How many games, Mike? We'll remember this at the end of the year. How many games the Phillies are going to win this year?
Well, Mike already made his prediction.
Well, I had 98 at the beginning of the year. I was way off.
Nah, we'll allow you to change it on June 1st.
Well, June 1st, right? You now have 60 games of evaluation. I'd probably say about 84.
Yeah. About you,
I'm around there, 86, 87. Honestly, that's where I'm at. And by the way, how did we go this whole segment without talking about Andrew Painter?
Andrew Painter, 98 miles an hour, and can't throw it by anybody.
It's just amazing. I mean, what brought him here, which was his fastball. I mean, he still cannot get it up.
It's destroying him. Yeah.
So he could deliver it against major league hitters. I mean, look, he had a high 5 ERA last year. So the issue continues, and he just needs to figure it out. I do believe in the kid. I think the kid is top talent. He reminds me of Gavin Williams, the guy in Cleveland that right now is pitching at an elite level. He reminds me of him a lot.
I like to tell this story to a lot of people. I tweeted it last night. Cole Hamels at higher ERA and Andrew Painter after 11 starts. I got one for you. Roy Halladay, who everybody loves in this town, was sent down 3 years into his career to high A. Roy Halladay had a 10 ERA, written off, became a Hall of Famer.
Well, I'm not ready to give up on Andrew Painter yet at all. I'm a big Painter believer, but it has been a little discouraging to see him.
Myles Garrett, by the way, is Myles Garrett's available for a trade? We might put him in the bench.
Can he hit right-handed and play right field?
I don't know. Right now, the Rams are the Dodgers of the NFL. They just get everybody.
A.J. Brown could actually play baseball. Wasn't he drafted?
Yeah, Jesus Luzardo struck him out in the futures game.
There we go.
And not the futures game. It was
maybe Russell Wilson. By the way, maybe Russell Wilson might be available.
He's available.
He's retiring. He's at CBS.
Yeah. All right, Phillies Fastball is back tomorrow. Make sure you check it out on all platforms. And a big audience for Phillies Fastball today. People are scratching their heads on the Phillies. Oscar and Geoff, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
People are mad. This drives engagement, boys.
All right, we'll see you. There you go. It is Phillies Fastball here for you on this Monday edition as the Phils have the night off. Those are some of the problems that are happening around Phillies baseball. When we come back, Bears made a move on Friday night. It kind of went under the radar. They hired a new president of basketball operations to replace Daryl Morey. It was Mike Gansey. You'll find out more about him from a former teammate at West Virginia of Mike Gansey's. LaSalle head coach Darris Nichols will join me coming up next. All right, 331 Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN this hour, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, a trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. So Friday at around 5 o'clock, the Sixers made some news. It kind of went under the radar. It was like a Friday news dump for the new president of basketball operations. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, Cleveland Cavaliers GM Mike Gansey agreed to become the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. He had been with the Cavaliers since 2011, 2012. He is now the president of basketball operations for the 76ers. We're going to find out a little bit more about Mike Gansey. Now, Gansey is a West Virginia alum, played at WVU, and left WVU and ended up, getting into the front office world. And he has kind of gone through the ranks. G League GM, assistant GM with the Cavs, and then he was the main guy the last couple of seasons here. So the one thing about Mike Gansey that I think is interesting, and he did trade for James Harden this year, but he has made some interesting moves for that team to kind of build them back to an Eastern Conference. They made the Eastern Conference championship. It's something that the Sixers have just not been able to do, is get out of that second round. So you look at Mike Gansey and you say, okay, what is this guy's kind of track record? It's a very interesting one. He was a guy who was a very good player, by the way. And then, he got drafted in the late first round. You guys probably remember Gansey playing with Pittsnogle. He ended up going to Miami, kind of a G League level player. And then he ends up becoming an executive. And he's in the G League as the executive of the year he was in 2017. And as a GM there, they end up winning the championship. He gets promoted to assistant general manager with Cleveland. And then in 2022, he becomes the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers. And in 2022, I thought it was pretty interesting because that was the first year that he was with the Cleveland Cavaliers as the GM. And then, of course, the last couple of years, they have become a legitimate, Eastern Conference contender. And he's been there the last few seasons, and they end up now turning to Philadelphia, or Philadelphia turning to him to take over the 76ers. So what kind of GM can you anticipate him being? What kind of things stand out about him? We're going to talk to a former teammate of his, I should say. He played at West Virginia with Gansey, and this is back in the Gansey, Pittsnogle, Beeline years. He spent 2 years with that crew, and he also played with Joe Mazzulla at West Virginia, and that is the head basketball coach at LaSalle. Darris Nichols is set to join us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get a little bit more insight on the decision by the Philadelphia 76ers, who hire Mike Gansey to be the new president of basketball operations. It is a pretty big jump from G League general manager, assistant GM, GM in Cleveland, now the president of basketball operations, and lucky enough to track down a former teammate of Mike Gansey. He's a guy who spent a lot of time with Mike, a couple of seasons at West Virginia. He is also the head basketball coach. A lot of guys from that crew at West Virginia are now running organizations or being head coaches. You got Joe Mazzulla in Boston. You got Mike Gansey. And our next guest, Darris Nichols, is the head coach for the LaSalle Explorers, and he's going to give us some more insight on the Sixers' new president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey. Coach, welcome aboard. Great to have you, man.
Appreciate you having me on.
Well, Coach, first off, did you ever envision that so many guys from WVU would be such prominent figures in the basketball world when you stepped foot on campus in Morgantown?
No, not at all. We were all kind of similar to the guys now. We thought he was going to play in the NBA forever and retire, live the good life, and just sit on our money. But, looking back on it, I'm not surprised now because of, the type of teammates that we had, like, really unselfish guys. So, that translates to being successful in the real world.
Well, let's go back to your time with Mike Gansey, who, obviously is a first-round pick, and he's you guys are going through the tournament, and what fun those teams were. Did you ever say, that guy there, he's going to be the president of basketball operations? Did he have something that stood out about him when you were a teammate of his?
Yeah, he did, but I didn't in my mind have a path for him or where he was going to end up. But, the intangible stuff that he had, like, obviously we knew he's a good player, All-American, really good. And we knew that part of it, but like the intangible piece, like I tell people all the time, I'm like, hey, the thing about Gansey is, like, he looks like, kind of cul-de-sac suburb kid, but don't get it twisted, like he's ultra competitive. Like one of the extremely competitive dudes that I played with. And, that stood out to me. But the other thing was the humility that he had, and I was talking to my staff the other day. It's like, I was a freshman going into my sophomore year. We were moving out of the dorms, and our apartment complex wasn't going to be ready until August. So from May to August, we needed somewhere to live, and we lived with Mike Gansey and Pat Beeline. And so, but Mike Gansey, he's upperclassman. He's about to be a senior. Just had an unbelievable year. He gave up his room and slept on the couch and said, "You and Ted talking to you guys could sleep in my room. I got an air mattress in there, and then one of you guys can sleep in the bed. I'll sleep on the couch." But that's the humility and the unselfishness that he has, and so I'm not surprised by how fast he moved up and everything that's going well for him.
Well, and I think his persistence is kind of shown here, right? He starts in the G League as a G League general manager, so he hasn't skipped steps. I think that's what stands out. So many guys here, it seems like, come out of nowhere. Maybe you went to Harvard or Yale, and they just say, you're the GM. He's kind of done it the traditional way. Like, he's worked his way all the way through. That's what kind of stands out to me about him. So what are some of the things that you have been quoted by saying he was one of your favorite teammates that you ever played with, and that people will feel his energy, work ethic, and humility from day one?
Yeah, that's true. But you think about it, you go step back. I mean, yeah, he was the the GM of the G League team, but I think he was playing with the Heat or somebody, and then he got the staph infection, couldn't play, and then so what did he do? He went back to Cleveland, where he's from, and just was hanging around, interning with the Cavs, and he could still play a little bit. And he was like helping them on the court. He was a practice player, so he worked his way up from almost a practice player to the GM.
That's an unbelievable. But when you say it like that, though, it's an unbelievable persistence that you basically say, I will start from the bottom. And here we are. Well, that was like 2011, right? And here we are in 2026, and he finally gets the bite of the apple.
Yeah. And you know what? And it's different because, I was at Florida where we had a lot of, NBA level guys. And so, he would come down and evaluate my guys, and, he would ask me about guys in the SEC. But the one thing that stands out to me, like, is his research and how he does a deep dive on different players, even if it's players he may not take. So, a lot of times those are the scouts that are doing, like, the surface level stuff, like trying to figure out, talking to the academic advisor, talking to the managers, all that. He was doing that when he was a GM. He would know all our managers' names and ask them questions, hang out with them, spend time with our athletic trainer, academic advisor, like really trying to figure out, like, it's easy to figure out who's talented, but how can you figure out who's going to be more talented in 2-3 years? And that's what I've seen him do.
Yeah. And, it's, the fact of him going from the because I call G League games for the Blue Coats, and, that is not a glamorous job by any stretch of the imagination, right? Being the G League GM. But to do that put your time in, then the assistant, then get that job, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're here in Philadelphia. In your mind, analytics play such a role in sports today. Do you see him as a guy who leans heavily on that or kind of has a little mix? I think fans are so tired of analytics.
I think he does. I mean, I don't know, because he's never, when I talk to him, he's never just rattling off all these weird numbers that I don't know what means. He really understands people. He's got an unbelievable feel for people, because if you didn't, you would go from a practice player all the way up to where he is. So, he's played at, the highest level. So he really understands like the player too. It's not just all numbers. Numbers can tell a story, but he does a little bit of both. But I've seen him move more off field and understanding of people.
His big move in Cleveland was trading for Donovan Mitchell in 2022. That was really the first move that he made there, brought Donovan Mitchell from Utah here. We're talking with Darris Nichols, who played with Mike Gansey. They were teammates at West Virginia. You also spent some time with Joe Mazzulla at West Virginia. Did you ever see him becoming an NBA championship coach?
No, we never seen any of us doing what we're doing now. We were on High Street.
Did he seem like, yeah, you're on High Street. I know how that ends up, but did he seem like the guy who, I mean, he kind of unconventionally steps into that team and you're kind of like, okay, this guy will be keeping the seat warm for whoever. And here we are a couple of years later, he's won a championship.
Joe's always been the guy that's going to be comfortable in his own skin and do it his way. And he's always been the guy that works really, really hard, but also is a guy that is going to try to learn everything he can learn. So I'm not surprised. Sometimes you're surprised how people get their opportunities, but I'm not surprised with the success that he's had.
I mean, because he seems like, when he talks after some of these, you're right. He seems like he just doesn't care at all. He just lets it all fly, right? I mean, you ask him a question, he gives you the honest answer. And here he is, the head coach there. And now you are a head coach for your second tour. You started at Radford and ended up here at LaSalle in Philadelphia. And we are down here right outside your area. So there's been some players from this area who end up at LaSalle. Kind of give us the state of that program, because college basketball is in a really weird spot right now.
Yeah, no, it is. And, roster turnover is crazy, and it's different at every school how much you can retain. And, I'm excited about what we retained this year. We retained Rob Dockley, who's ninth in the Atlantic 10 in scoring, who had other opportunities to make a lot more money. Jaden Johnson, our starting point guard, we retained him. So, this compared to this time last year, we're in a better spot of guys we have on the roster, where last year, this time I got the job and I had to sign 15 new players. And so, we just feel comfort level and the guys we retain with a mix of the guys we added.
Yeah, how hard is that now in college? Like, it's got to be wild in college basketball. You don't know. You're saying we've retained our guys. Like, you don't know who's coming. Like, I mean, when you're at West Virginia, you're just like, hey, there's Mike, there's Pittsnoggle, there's Darris. You got your guys going through it together. You don't know who's coming or going from year to year. How like that has had to have made coaching at that level so difficult.
Yeah, it's made it. It's made it harder. Just trying to make decisions, but I look at every situation as, okay, I'm going to do the best job I can with this player for 1 year, then see what happens. And I assume it's easier for me to assume all of them are leaving at the end of the year than even worry about who's leaving and who's not. So I've kind of shifted my focus on, the end of the year transfer portal meetings.
So what kind of, we got a lot of high school players, parents listening out there. What are players needing to do to get the attention of a LaSalle and say, because, this is an area where kids, really could make an impression and end up there. And a lot of kids from this area have played at LaSalle. What kind of players and what are some of the things they need to, where are you finding your kids?
We have a lot of local kids. We got three kids from Philly. One's a high school player, RJ Smith. Two of them are transfers. So we do recruit a lot locally, and we're not one of those programs that don't recruit high school kids. We need some high school kids to be good, but the thing is that you're playing against grown men now. So a high school player in this age has to be more physically ready than when I was coming out of high school. I went to West Virginia, I weighed 165. and I had time to develop and to make an impact. Now, like, you're playing against 24, 25-year-olds. So you got to put a lot of emphasis on, taking care of your body, the physical nature of where the game is, and strength and conditioning.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe, if memory serves, I'm a little older than you, but Beeline for 2 years and then Huggins after that?
Beeline for 3, Huggins for 1.
Okay, so Beeline for 3 and Huggins for 1. Those two guys, were they similar, or was it a tough transition for you?
It wasn't tough for me because I was older, going into my senior year, and Hugs comes in. And Hugs made the transition easier because, he came in, he's from West Virginia, he embraced the state. He already knew who we were. So he made the transition for me easier than probably a lot of other coaches would. But, that transition going from 2 coaches has helped me in my process of changing jobs over the last few years.
I was going to say, so is your coaching style more Beeline, Huggins, or neither?
Neither. I mean, I take bits and pieces from both of them. But I'm myself. I can't duplicate those guys, and I wouldn't try because I wouldn't be, the players would see right through it. But I've taken things from both of them and kind of formulated my own ideas.
Well, Coach, we look forward to. I've been up to LaSalle a handful of times. My girlfriend's son, Rose, he's actually just got back from. They just landed a couple hours ago, and he's done finally for the rowing season. But we get up to LaSalle a lot to see some basketball games, so I look forward to next season, and we'll talk soon.
All right. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Coach Darris Nichols of LaSalle played with Mike Gansey, who is the new head coach, the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. And he was kind enough to join us right here on the Sports Bash. You can expect a guy, a hard worker, and somebody who, thinks outside the box. So good stuff from Darris Nichols. Enjoyed a little conversation with him about Mike Gansey. All right, coming up, we got football at 4. A.J. Brown is still a member of the Philadelphia Eagles, but will that change in the next 11 minutes? Find out when football at 4. We got Mosher coming up, plus Sal Pal today at 5. All right, coming up, it is football at 4. And as I take a look at the old Twitter machine here, I do not see A.J. Brown traded yet, but that could change in the next 6 minutes. If it's going to happen, it could happen right after 4 o'clock, 4:01. It can officially get done, and then it would be officially announced tomorrow. But we already have one big move today, and that's Myles Garrett. I'm going to get Geoff Mosher's take on the Myles Garrett deal. Should the Eagles have made a bigger push to get Myles Garrett? Talk to Geoff Mosher coming up on the other side. Hey, don't forget, this Thursday, we're going to be live at Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phils game. And this Thursday, we will be there live for a Phillies day game watch party for the Phillies and the Padres. Stop on out and see the Sports Bash live this Thursday, 6417 Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. Football 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The place to go to watch all the big games, big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. Well, we had one blockbuster trade in the NFL today, and it did not include the Eagles yet. We'll see what happens here in this conversation. Geoff Mosher is here as the Eagles look to deal A.J. Brown. Instead, the Rams said, hold my beer. We're going to go out and one-up you, and they go get Myles Garrett today, Geoff Mosher. It's a massive move. The Rams basically say, hey, listen, we're going to go out there and get the headlines today, regardless if A.J. Brown gets traded. I don't know that this is a stunning move, but it certainly makes the Rams, in my mind, the favorite. What about you?
Yes. Listen, I believe, and I'll die on this island if I have to, the Rams were the best collection of offense and defense last year, meaning I think they were the best team if you take special teams out of it. But obviously they lost twice to Seattle because of special teams. There was the punt return by Shaheed. There was a missed field goal in a game. The Rams had no problem scoring points against the Seahawks. Just go look at the games they scored. They were high-scoring games. And now you've taken, they fired their special teams coordinator in the middle of the year. They have a new one. I have a feeling it'll be a point of emphasis this offseason in coaching. And then to a defense that could be leaky at times, not only do they add a Hall of Fame player who's the best non-quarterback in the game in Myles Garrett, but don't forget they traded for Trent McDuffie earlier this offseason as well. They gave up a first-round pick to the Chiefs for him. So they are absolutely loaded on both sides of the ball. And I think that they are not only the team to beat in the NFC, but I would make them the team to beat in the NFL. Now, it doesn't mean they're perfect, but they got to keep Stafford healthy. They do have some flaws on the, as far as talent on the O-line and everything, but they've overcome that. They're a really, really good team. And Mike, they wanted A.J. Brown, right? Don't be surprised if they try to get Stephon Diggs in there on a one-year deal. There's still some pretty good wide receivers out there on the market, Keenan Allen, who can be functional number 3 receivers in a great offense, right? So they're aggressive, and you have to admire that. Any Eagles fan may hate it, but you have to admire, because that's what we like about the Eagles, is that they never leave a stone unturned and they're aggressive.
Well, what did you think about what the Rams gave up and what messaging? Because there was some thought that the Eagles did call and that they were interested. Jared Verse, a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick in 3 separate drafts. Does this just say Philly just didn't have the ammunition, or what do you make of what the Rams gave up to Cleveland?
Yeah, I think it's a lot to give up, but when you're all in and you're going for it, then it's not. I mean, because you have to, if you're leading the Rams, you don't, of course you do risk scenario, right? You take everything into account, but you got to think that the Rams are not going to be picking very high in the draft next year, Yep. And I think it actually makes their selection of Ty Simpson this year even smarter. Some people have said, well, now you just ruin the chance to build around him when Stafford's gone. And I say no, because you weren't going to get that chance because you weren't going to have high picks in the next year or two anyway. You're going to be good. And the Rams are very, very good at hitting on day 2 and day 3 guys. That's kind of why they are where they are right now. So I think that when they do transition to Ty Simpson, they'll still have a pretty good team around him and plenty to work with.
Well, and you mentioned Ty Simpson, who they drafted in the first round this year. This move is signifies, plus the McDuffie move. They're trying to win the Super Bowl in 2026.
Absolutely, 100%. Right? Yep. But I'm just saying it's weird for a team to do that, to then draft a quarterback in the first round that's not going to play. But that's partially because they didn't think that they'd be able to draft one. Yeah. So I think they played both sides of it well.
Isn't this what they did a couple of years ago? They just said, the heck with our first-round picks. Let's go for a Super Bowl. And they won a Super Bowl, and you were like, well, they don't have any first-round picks for years. They're going to be miserable. And they turned right around, and here they are again.
Yeah, and look at all the players that they got outside of the first round who are key for them, whether it's Quentin Lake, whether it's Kobe Jones, whether it's Byron Young, right? I mean, Kyron Williams, the third rounder, all those tight ends that they have that are good for them. I mean, they've drafted really, really well. Brandon Fisk, right? Second rounder. So
second round pick, right?
yeah. I mean, you got to trust your process.
So does that say, like, what if the Eagles were willing to give up a first round, a second round, and a third round pick? I guess that kind of signifies that maybe Nolan Smith or Jalix Hunt was not viewed as high as Jared Verse. I mean, would you assume that the Eagles would have done a similar deal like that?
It's a good question. It was a good question. Would they have given up Jalen Carter? Possibly.
There's a lot of thought that was the name that was being asked about. I think Carter is probably better than Verse, and then Verse is probably. Would you say would the Eagles have been unwilling to give up Jalix Hunt in that deal?
Perhaps, maybe it is. Maybe it'll come out. I haven't heard what the Eagles were offering, or if they even made like a true offer. Anyway, there's I know that there were conversations, but I'm talking about a true offer on the table of this, that, and the other.
All right. Well, I would have traded Jalix Hunt or Nolan Smith and a first round and a second round and a third round pick for Myles Garrett. Now,
I don't think there's a player on the roster for the Eagles that I wouldn't, including Jalen Carter, that I wouldn't have traded for Myles Garrett.
Yes, I probably, if you said you had to trade Jalen Carter and Carter, a first round, a second round, a third round, the same deal that the Rams did, I would have done that deal. To me, that puts them in another stratosphere past you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Carter's a really good player, and he might eventually be the best defensive player in the NFL if he stays healthy with the shoulders, if he stays mentally in it. But Myles Garrett is a freaking Hall of Famer, Mount Rushmore passer. I mean, you're talking about guys like Reggie White and Stray. You're not talking about might be like Jalen Carter, or if he lives up, he is that guy. And I don't even think you've seen what he looks like. Yeah, just because he's 30, I don't think like all of a sudden at 31 or 32, he's going to stink. I don't know.
Certain guys kind of transcend and like buck the trends. He's the outlier.
Yeah.
To me, he doesn't hit 30 and just all of a sudden the wheels fall off. He hit 30 and had 23 sacks.
Yeah. I mean, if Brandon Graham and his pot belly could play as well as he does at his age, and there's no way that Myles Garrett is just falling off a cliff the way he keeps himself in shape.
All right. Geoff Mosher, Football at 4. As we're having this conversation, I haven't seen anything official on A.J. Brown, but the compensation looks like a 2028 first-round pick, and that is it. Is that surprising?
Not really. And I think that the Patriots have played this well, just like the Eagles have. It's not surprising to me because to my knowledge, there's an absence of supply of demand, right? There's not too many people getting in. And I've always felt that people have said the Eagles have the leverage, and I've not believed it that way, because even though you would think that, because the Browns really need to get back to the Patriots really need to get back to a Super Bowl, and they didn't re-sign Steph Diggs, and Romeo Doubs is nice, but not Steph Diggs or A.J. Brown. Remember that, like, I think that there's not enough discussion of the Eagles being in this situation where they can't have A.J. Brown back, as unhappy as he is. You saw what happened in the playoffs. And his unhappiness has grown year after year. So it would have been a monumental risk on their end to try to bring AJ back and say, we're going to make you play for us, and
so
you're going to play great.
So the fact that they were reportedly only able to get a 2028 first round pick, and you compare it to the Jalen Waddle deal, do you look at that and scratch your head, or say, no, that adds up?
Waddle's a lot younger. And
not a lot younger.
Matters. Like 3 years younger, is he not?
Let me pull that up.
I think in wide receiver years, anything two or more years makes
Waddle
a difference. I could be wrong.
Waddle is 27.
Yeah, and Brown's going to be 30 this year, is he not?
A.J. Brown is currently 28.
Oh, I'm sorry. He'll be 29 this year, though.
He'll be 29 in June.
Yeah.
And Waddle will turn 28 in November. So they're like a year apart.
A year and a half. But I also think Denver did overpay a little bit, by the way. But that's because they felt that they were that guy away from getting back to the Super Bowl.
Right. That's the thing is, but even like the 1.5, AJ's a year and a half or so older, a little bit more than a year older than him, but he has been the better player. There's no question about that. Do you agree with that? Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
So for them to get multiple first-round picks for him, do you find that to be a little disheartening, or there just wasn't a lot out there for AJ?
Yeah, I'm sure that Howie would have loved more. And, it would be great if there were teams lining up to give up multiple first-round picks for AJ Brown. But that doesn't appear to be the case. So you got to get what you can.
Yeah, first-round
And,
pick.
and I meant to add, not just the age, but like obviously AJ Brown has had some knee questions. And obviously when you're coming from a place where you created an environment where you weren't particularly happy despite all the winning and the Super Bowls and winning a Super Bowl, there's that matters. Some teams get scared by that stuff. Rightfully so.
Today is the day officially that he can be traded, AJ. For everybody who's been hearing this, Geoff, over time, why is today significant?
So today is June 1st. Today is the deadline where when you move a player under contract after this date, and he has significant money in proration, signing bonus money usually, right? Ordinarily, if it's before June 1st, then all that money that you owe someone that you've already paid out drains into your salary cap that year. After June 1st, only the money that year drains your salary, you take the dead hit on, and then you take the rest of it the following year. So next year, the Eagles will still have dead money. They'll absorb the rest of the dead cap from AJ Brown's contract. But then after that, they will save a lot more money. And even next year, even though they're taking a dead cap hit, they're going to save a lot of money because they're not going to owe him nearly as much as if he had been on the roster.
Right. So getting rid of him June 1st allows them to kind of spread that out over 2 years instead of taking the dead cap all at one time if they would have traded him on draft night.
Correct. Yes.
So the Eagles have known this. They have been building up towards this,
Right.
But now that the Rams do what they did, do the Eagles have to now think about improving themselves in other areas?
No, they don't have to. They're the Eagles, honestly, and I don't think that they need to be arrogant. That's just what I say is you have a process. It's worked for you. You stick to it. At the end of the day, when we all wake up next week on Monday, right, or even after the AJ Brown trade, you're going to look at the Eagles roster and you're going to still say, because of how they do business, how they draft, how they manipulate the salary cap, they're going to have equal or more talent on their. Doesn't mean they're going to win every game, doesn't mean they're going to the Super Bowl, but their roster will be as talented as mostly every team in the NFL, right?
Okay, I asked that question only because, and I don't know, there was some reporting, Mary Kay Cabot out in Cleveland, that the Eagles were one of the teams that called about Myles Garrett. Okay. Due diligence, as always, fine. But you don't get him, the Rams do. Do you then look for more edge rushing help?
I mean, I think they're already in, I don't want to call it a bind, right? But we know that Vic Fangio typically likes to play 3 pass rushers. They have 3 in Jonathan Grenard. They have 3 in Grenard, in Jalix Hunt, and Nolan Smith. They also signed Arnold Ebiketie, who you thought was going to be a part of the pass rush. Now, maybe Vic will expand that because he likes what he sees. I don't know. Maybe Ebiketie will turn into this year's version of Azeez Ojulari or Josh Uche. I don't know. That remains to be seen. Okay, but my point is they already got 4 guys. And what if Brandon Graham wants to come back? If he wants to come back, they're going to allow him. They're going to say, welcome back, Brandon. We will play you. So I don't think edge defender is a position that they're short on talent or bodies, or they have to go add a Hall of Famer just because another team that's good added a Hall of Famer. At the end of the day, there's 22 guys, 11 offense, 11 defense. And, the Rams may have really improved their defense and they may have a good offense. The Eagles have a really good defense too. I mean, they got great corners, right? They have good edge rushers. They have the best collection of DTs probably in the league. So I don't think that they have to play a cat and mouse game of one-upping just because the Rams got a guy.
Okay, Josh Sweat, would you have any interest there?
That's not happening. He ain't coming back. Or who are you playing him over?
I don't know, but you just mentioned they like 3. Is he better than Ebiketie or
That's
Brandon
what I'm
Graham?
asking you. Well, those guys are 4, right? They got their 3. Who are you playing him over? Is he going to be happy playing third fiddle like he wanted Arizona? Is he going to be happy coming to the Eagles, being behind Jonathan Grenard, being behind Nolan Smith, being behind Jelix Hunt?
That's that's the interesting one. What do they think of Nolan Smith? Right? You know what I mean? Like the Nolan Smith thing is definitely, are they, because you would assume it's Hunt and Grenard are your top 2, right?
Yeah.
And then Nolan is kind of that third, like, edge guy.
Yeah. Or I think right now, don't look at it in terms of who starts, but who plays more snaps, right?
Sure,
Nolan Smith
fair.
might be on the field more on first and second down because he's a really good run defender. But when they want to rush the passer, and it's usually a 4-man rush with Vic because he doesn't blitz much, it's going to be Grenard. It's going to be Jelix Hunt. It's going to be Jalen Carter. And maybe they can figure out a way to move Hunt inside a little bit and get Smith on the edge. I don't know. I think that you're going to see Jihad Campbell in sim pressures, blitzing from an off-ball line, not an edge. He's not an edge.
The question that I wanted to follow up with there was, do the Eagles see Hunt as a legit number 1 or 2, or would they rather him be the third guy?
I mean, listen, you can only go by what they say and what they do. They drafted him in the 3rd round. They got him on the field way earlier than anybody expected 2 years ago, and he helped them win the Super Bowl. Last year, he went from like 28 snaps to 20% to like 63% of the snaps. Okay. And then he led the team in sacks and interceptions. He is an athletic freak of nature. He has probably not even scratched the surface of what he can be. Vic Fangio speaks highly of him, which is always like half the battle right there. If he regresses, nobody could see it coming, right? I mean, and again, they have other guys that can step into that category, but he's a really good pass rusher, and he fits the defense well. And we see that when he drops back, he can pick the ball off and make plays. I think he's only coming into his own. And part of that whole June 1st thing, Mike, is that not taking the huge cap hit now means you can work on some extensions for Jalen Carter, Moro Ajomo, if he's willing to accept a team-friendly one. And then by this time next year, you're talking about Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Jelix Hunt.
Speaking of this time, are you surprised that in this conversation that A.J. Brown is not a member of the New England Patriots yet?
I do wonder, did the NFL be like, hey, guys, in light of recent events, can you just wait till tomorrow? So we can get a double headline type instead of sharing the headline.
We want 2 days of conversation in the middle of June. This June 1st day was a lot more enticing than we thought, right? Over the last couple of years, I never remember a day like this where, the best pass rusher in the league gets traded and one of the top 10 wide receivers potentially on the same day.
Well, who would have thought that the June 1st deadline would have more high-level players trading jerseys than the beginning of free agency? If you go look back at the beginning of free agency, the guys who were like top 5 available free agents were considered like Jalen Phillips, Malik Willis, Tyler Lindenbaum, Alec Pierce, Trey Hendrickson. I mean, those are some good names, but are those names A.J. Brown and Myles Garrett? Absolutely not. No.
The Garrett thing, it was like, and Jared Verse. And the Garrett thing, it was kind of like, and then the connecting of the dots of like the Eagles could get the draft pick in 2028, which I'm not thrilled about.
By the way, the trade just went down.
Oh. So
I'll read it to you.
At 4:19, when I asked that question, it did not go down. And at 4:19 and 30 seconds, it happened. Now it's official?
A 2028 first-round pick, and yes, it's to the Patriots. And they're getting also a 2027 fifth-round pick that is the better, whichever one is the best of New England's 2 fifth-round picks. So there you go. They got more than a first-round pick, Mike. They got a fifth-round also.
They got a first-round pick in 2028 and a fifth-round pick when? 2027. All right, there you go. So A.J. Brown is officially a member of the New England Patriots.
Yes.
So are you surprised at 421 he's a member of the New England Patriots?
I am not surprised. And I feel very, very sorry for probably like it's 5% now of the Eagle fan base, but there's definitely some people who have left comments on Inside the Birds YouTube podcast that this is a media created story. It's not happening. AJ Brown's not getting traded. I feel sorry for the people who were wearing the tinfoil hat on this.
Well, I could tell you at 4:21, as this news breaks that AJ Brown has been traded, the amount of viewers we have for Football at 4 is one of the highest of all time currently watching on YouTube, and I imagine listening on the radio as well. But
I have a few minutes if you want to re-ask all those questions.
Well, you can go back and I mean, it's been pretty high the whole time, but about now it has hit a little spike number for the viewership there on X and YouTube. Football at 4, you can always check out right here on the Sports Bash. All right, AJ Brown has been traded, and only to be one-upped by Myles Garrett going to the Rams, which to me is a bigger deal.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That is a bigger deal.
All right, good stuff.
All right.
Geoff Mosher is back on Wednesday, and we'll talk more about it. Thanks, man.
All right, you got it.
All right, there's Moshe, and the trade is official. AJ Brown for a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick. The first-round pick is in 2028, and a fifth-round pick is in 2027. After months and months and months of speculation, AJ Brown has been traded. There you go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, we'll break it all down. The Nuggets are here. We'll see what Earl's reaction is to that. But AJ Brown is a former Eagle. Traded to the New England Patriots moments ago. Who didn't see that one coming? Dummies. Of course, that was what was going to happen. We'll break it all down. Sal Paolantonio at 5 o'clock tonight breaks it all down with us. That's tonight at 5 right here on the Sports Bash. All right, 431 Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. If you're just tuning in, A.J. Brown got traded. He is going to play for the New England Patriots. A.J. Brown traded to the Patriots. The Eagles will get a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick, according to the insiders. Also, Myles Garrett traded today. He's going to the Rams. The Rams are better. The Eagles are not. Let's get into today's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw has the Nuggets for today. As the Eagles make a big move, they trade A.J. Brown. I never heard any rumors of this. This came out of right field. I cannot believe they did this. What's up, Nuggets?
Oh, what's going on? You know, another June 1st, 2026. A day that will live in National Football League infamy, Mr. Mike Gill. I mean, Myles Garrett gets moved, and this guy, A.J. Brown, who would have thought? Who would have thought he would have gotten moved and shipped up north to the Boston area in New England to the Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick, as well as a nice little sweetener in that deal, a 2027 fifth-round pick. It will be the better of the two fifth-round picks that the Patriots do have. So they got additional compensation than the 2028 first rounder. But it's an unfortunate day in Philadelphia Eagles history. Because listen, 4 years that was filled with a lot of greatness, Mike, with A.J. Brown a part of this roster. Remember the FaceTime on draft night when the Eagles make the move, Jason Kelce on a live broadcast going nuts, had 1,000-yard seasons every single year, 2 NFC championships, 1 Super Bowl, 32 total touchdowns, and All-Pro 3 times. Mike, the guy was a legend here for 4 years. It's a shame how everything kind of played out and the way it ended. I think it will be looked upon favorably as time passes, but he'll be a little bit of a villain as he continues to play the rest of his career.
Well, you're going to get a look at them in that joint practice. They do not play this year unless they both make the Super Bowl. Listen, this story, when it first came out with the Patriots, happened like in November of last year. And at that time, you weren't thinking much of it. It was like, all right, Patriots, relax over there. And then it just started to grow and grow and grow and grow. And then when we were at Radio Row at the Super Bowl, I mean, it was like a fait accompli that this was happening. And it would have happened had this June 1st date not been in place. And it's sad to see because A.J. Brown has been such an important part of this team. They won a Super Bowl with Brown. They got to a Super Bowl with Brown. And when they traded for Brown, he really changed the whole organization. This was a team that was a rudderless offense with just Devontae Smith and Quez Watkins. They go out and trade for him. And that was really the, jumping off point of this new Eagles era over the last couple of years, which is, by the way, though, been filled with frustrating offensive performances, but a Super Bowl appearance and a Super Bowl championship. So it's with a lot of sadness that A.J. Brown, and it got to this, that they had to trade him for whatever reason. He didn't want to be here. As people messaging on YouTube, my thoughts are that this trade sucks. It's a shame that this is what it came down to. And quite frankly, I don't think they got enough compensation here.
No, I think AJ's worth more than what they got. I'm glad they did get what they did get from New England. But this is a relationship that didn't have to end, Mike. Like you're with a girlfriend for a couple years, 4 years. You still got time left, on the contract here. I don't know. She's ending it early. She's jumping ship. That's what happened with A.J. Brown here, man. It didn't have to end this way. It didn't. I mean, there's videos circling around social media when he signed his extension. He was going to end his career here, the whole thing, right? But this is a relationship, Eagles and A.J., that did not have to end. He's the one that wanted it to end. He wanted out of here. He wanted to go play for his childhood, quote-unquote, team in New England. The relationship wasn't there with the quarterback. He wanted the ball. He made a big deal about it, and now he's gone. I mean, that's how it goes in pro sports today. You can kind of pick and choose where you want to go no matter what. You can force a trade where you want to go for the most part, more so in the NBA than the NFL. But AJ said, I want to go here. Boom, he's there.
I wonder if the Eagles were willing to do this, or more willing to do this, because they think he's a declining asset. And they're saying, look, we'll take the 2028 first-round pick because if he plays this year for us, we're not sure we're going to get a first-round pick.
Yep.
You know, wide receivers, they hit the skids pretty quickly.
Yeah, they
and
do.
He did not have a great year last year. Let's be honest. He did not have a great year last year. And was that because of the offense, or was it because there's some people that wonder, was he not the same player that he was? And if that's the case, then the Eagles getting out a year early, okay. But if he goes up to New England and has the impact he did from when he went to Tennessee to Philadelphia in that first year, this is not going to look good.
Yeah, listen, I think it's a culmination of everything, right? The relationship with the quarterback, that soured after being really strong for years and years and years. That is not the same anymore. Clearly, the outburst of Nick Sirianni on the sideline, he was not being involved in the offense the way he would have liked, okay? And also, he's an odd duck to begin with, all right? He wants to dominate. We remember the infamous Instagram post following the Super Bowl that he was not fulfilled by winning the Super Bowl. He was more fulfilled by dominating his opponent and getting to the Super Bowl, the ride there to the championship. He was more fulfilled that way. So it was a culmination, I think, of everything. The relationships, the way he was utilizing the offense. He's a little bit of an odd duck himself. I mean, the reading on the sideline, he wants the ball. He wants to dominate. He wasn't getting it enough. And guess what? The relationship soured. He was frustrated. And guess what? He is now gone. That's what happened. And he made that speech at the Super Bowl that saying people called him a diva. Well, I mean, he's kind of living up to that diva prowess here. With the way everything played out, taking it to social media, showing out his frustration on Twitch. I mean, come on, man. So the way it ended was a little rough. The Dudes on Dudes podcast, winking to go to New England, the whole nine. It was a relationship that totally soured, and it didn't need to sour, but guess what? He's 29 years of age, and if you're the Eagles, he is going to get into his 30s real soon. And remember, that report came out, I think it was PFT that talked about it, is that the Rams also checked in. That was one of the reports that has come out about A.J. Brown, but they were also worried about his physical, right? They were worried about him and his injuries that he's had in the past. So I think it was a culmination of everything, most of it being probably the relationship and him not getting the football.
Yeah, I mean, I think the relationship, like many relationships, you talk about, you had a friend in college, you hung out with that person every single day for 4 years, maybe 5 for the fortunate people. And then that person's no longer a part of your life. You don't talk to them every day anymore. They go back and do it now. You would say, well, these people live together. You get to a situation. We've had Colin Thompson on the show who played in the NFL, and he was a third tight end. But one of the things that he told us was it's a tough transition. You're going from college and you're playing video games with your buddies every day after practice. And then you get to the pros and you're not going back to your dorm to play video games anymore. Some guys are going home to pick up their kids. Some guys are going home, to their wife. And you're left all by yourself. Like, I don't have the same friends anymore. The relationship changes through time. I don't think they hated each other. I just think their relationship dissipated and people just started to read. Now, if A.J. Brown got to the point where he says, I hate this dude, I just don't like this man, I don't know that it ever got to that point. Do you?
I don't know. I don't know if it got to where, there's going to be a physical altercation or they're going to be yelling at each other, etc. But something wasn't right. Something clearly wasn't right. And you could see in that last game, he quit, man. I mean, that last game against San Francisco, he quit. He's freaking out on the sideline. He's dropping passes. He's giving up on routes. He quit. It was time. this was it. And clearly he was not on the same page with people in that building, whether it was the quarterback, whether it was the coaching staff. It was kind of evident. And listen, he didn't make a big stink about it. throughout the offseason. Our guy, Scott Grayson, even went up to him when we saw him out at Radio Row. Scott saw him, and he was taking no questions, right? Well, not answering any questions. He only did the Dudes on Dudes podcast. The only thing we got from AJ this entire offseason was the wink on that podcast. That was literally it. That was the only thing that AJ gave us. He was pretty silent for the most part after that Twitch stuff and the season ending, etc. Remember, he did not take questions that final game against San Francisco in the postseason. He left. He left the building. That was it from AJ. The only time we heard from him was that podcast and then at his camp throughout the offseason. Like it's a shame, man, because 4 years probably wasn't enough. I mean, that duo of him and Devontae Smith and the way this team dominated for the most part, and there were some great moments, it didn't need to end. I think that he could probably get 1 to 2 really, really good years in New England. But I think after that, he's a declining player.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with moving on from A.J. Brown. Like, I feel like you won a Super Bowl. You got to a Super Bowl. You had a tremendous run. And he's going to be 30 years old next season. Not this season coming up, next season. So it's better to get out a year ahead than have to deal with all of this again if the player is declining. Does he have one more good year left in him? Possibly. He might. I mean, that being said, I think the Eagles have prepared for life after A.J. Brown. This wasn't like, hey, we don't want to let anybody know we're doing this, so we're not going to show you we're doing it. They went out and got Mekhi Lemon in the draft. They traded up to go get him. They got Wicks. They made it clear that we are changing our offense and we are moving on. You had a run. You made a trade with Tennessee. You won that trade. You won a Super Bowl. I can't say this is a disaster of a day. You accomplished what you wanted to accomplish when you made the trade for A.J. Brown. Now, would I like to have gotten more? Yeah, I think that's something that is disappointing, that it's a 2028 first-round pick and a fifth-round pick next year. But that's all you got for a player who is one of the elite players in the league. And, you know, Jaden Waddle, who got traded this offseason, fetched Miami more than A.J. Brown got for the Eagles. So I'm not bemoaning the fact that you moved on from A.J. Brown because I think they have adequately made moves to try to help. But I thought that they possibly could have got more.
Yeah, I thought they could have probably gotten more too because, hey, listen, AJ's still a game changer. He's still a great wide receiver. Let's not. I think he will be still next year. But as of right now, he was a great wide receiver for the Eagles. I still think he's one of the top receivers in football heading in next year. He's not just going to fall off a total cliff unless he gets hurt, something happens. I don't think he's going to totally fall off a cliff. But it's a shame. The Eagles did not get better today. Let's be real. Like, they did not get better. You're better with A.J. Brown on your roster, but are you better going forward? Is the team chemistry going to be better? Probably going forward with the Mekhi Lemon changing the offense. Devontae Smith, he's no longer a rookie, remember. Now he's a seasoned veteran as a number one wide receiver at this point. So I don't know. You didn't get better talent-wise, but I think maybe overall as an organization, you don't have that headache anymore, and it could bring the offense maybe a little bit more together, and maybe Jalen's a little more excited. He's been smiling all offseason, Mike.
Hey, listen, I definitely think that AJ, and we talked to guys at the Super Bowl. He was a very popular guy in that locker room.
Kobe Dean, I mean, could not say more great things about him.
Yeah. So it's disappointing because I don't think it had to end this way. You may have had one more big year out of him this year. That being said, I'm disappointed now that you traded AJ, got the first-round pick, and then Myles Garrett got traded earlier in the day because my hope was that you utilize that pick to try to do something big with Myles Garrett, that level of player.
Yeah.
Because to me, the 2028 first-round pick, it's nice to have 2 first-round picks, but you're going to get a guy – I think New England's going to be probably in the 20s.
Yeah. Yeah, New England's going to be a contender for the next couple of years. I mean, they were just in the Super Bowl, so how much is that pick really worth? I'm curious to see what Howie Roseman does with the pick because him sitting on 2 first-round picks, to me, smells like, all right, at some point he's going to make a move, and he's just going to utilize that as one of his additional assets to go get something else, go get somebody else who's on the market. It might not be this year. It might be next year when he does it, but I think he's going to get creative adding that to his supply. We know how he can get with those picks, and he gets that additional fifth too, which is very interesting. It'll be the better of the two, according to multiple reports and the insiders, etc. So I'm curious to see how he utilizes these assets, because he might not hold on to them. He might move for something else. He might get creative. Who knows what the Eagles might need next year at some point.
So they have a first next year, a second, a third, a fourth. They did not have a fifth. They now do have a fifth.
Yep.
So they got a fifth for A.J. Brown. They did not have a fifth-round pick for next year. They now do. They have a seventh, it looks like. So a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, it looks like, is what they have moving forward now for next year.
Listen, you could just be the Rams and never pick in the first round like ever. I mean, that's what they certainly do all the time. I mean, they got one Super Bowl out of it. They're a contender pretty much every year. They trade their first round pick like it's water. I mean, they just get rid of it. Here, take our first round pick this year. We don't need it. Just give us talent. We want to compete. We want to be contending every single year for top talent.
They did this before and won a Super Bowl. And many people said, well, they sold their soul for that Super Bowl. Well, here they are again. By the way, they do not have a third-round pick next year. They have a first, a second, a fourth, and a fifth. They traded the third-round pick for Jonathan Grenard.
Yep. So, listen, I think today, if you're A.J. Brown, I'm sure he's a little upset that he is not the first trade off the board today with Myles Garrett getting traded. I'm sure him not being in the limelight, being the first guy, being the big trade of the day, might make him a little upset. Might make him a little upset not being the first guy traded today. But what a big day in the NFL. I mean, two massive moves. I mean, we knew the A.J. thing was going to happen. Was it going to be today, tomorrow, what day it would be? But Myles Garrett getting moved. The Rams, man, they are jam-packed. I mean, that is a massive deal. The fact they traded Verse for Myles Garrett, very fascinating. But then there's reports the Eagles were interested. Would you have traded a Jalen Carter for a Myles Garrett? I don't know if I would have done that. I mean, that's crazy. That's wild stuff right there.
Yes, 100%. I would have made that trade 100%.
You would have traded Jalen Carter right away. Get rid of him.
I mean, I wouldn't be thrilled about it, but if I got Myles Garrett, I have the best player basically in all of football. Now the Rams do. So if I had the chance to get the best player in football, I would have taken that chance. Jalen Carter is a very good player. He's not better than Myles Garrett.
No, I never said he was. Now, a lot of people in the Eagles organization feel he could get to that type of level. Maybe not at Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's a bona fide Hall of Famer, leads the NFL in sacks of the year. I mean, come on, broke the record. But a lot of people in that building, they think Jalen Carter could get to a level of being a Hall of Fame type of player. They do.
I don't disagree. But Myles Garrett is already at that level and surpassed. Put it this way. I don't think Jalen Carter will ever be as impactful as Myles Garrett is. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a big impact. He just will not be as impactful. Myles Garrett had 23 sacks. He had more sacks last year between weeks 9 and I just saw this stat today. He had more sacks in like a 5-week stretch last year than Jared Verse has in his entire career.
Well, Jared Verse, we all know the history with Philadelphia. He's had some nice things. He always chirps when he plays the Philadelphia Eagles with different podcasts and things. Remember, he was chirping at Jalen Carter in that playoff game a couple of years ago in the snow game when Saquon Barkley had that beautiful snow run and a touchdown. But
now he'll never be heard from again.
No, now he's in Cleveland. He's going to rot. So, I mean, there you go. He's still a young player, but they also had to give up draft compensation to get Myles Garrett as well.
Yeah, they gave up a first, a second, and a third over 3 separate years. The first next year, a second the following year, and a third the year after that. Myles Garrett, by the way, had 13 sacks in weeks 8 through 12 last year. That's a 4-game span. He had 13 sacks. Verse has 12 sacks in his entire career.
Yep. Listen, Myles Garrett, obviously, going to make a significant impact for them. Now, do you think Mark Gastineau or TJ Watt or anybody else will come yell at Myles Garrett at some point down the line for getting the record?
Probably not, because Myles Garrett would kick the crap out of those guys.
All right, Mike. There, I guess 2-pack of nuggets. I mean, what else can we talk about? Those were the nuggets today.
All right, there you go. Good nuggets today. Earnshaw with Nick's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. He's back again tomorrow. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board. Let us know what you think about the A.J. Brown trade. He is going to New England for a 2028 first-round pick. When we come back, what does Sal Paolantonio think about the trade? You'll hear from ESPN's senior NFL reporter, Sal Paolantonio, next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel.
They signed a 3-year extension last year. And I remember last year after they won the Super Bowl and A.J. Brown was such an integral part of it, last offseason they did an interview with him and he's like, I am not fulfilled until I am the best wide receiver in football. Like there is still more to be done. And then you come down this 12-month road of like, you know, being on the Twitch stream, not talking to the media the final month of the year. And this is like, you know, we got the reading the book on the sideline came back as like a funny little anecdote because they won the Super Bowl. Last year's stuff wasn't funny. It was a distraction. It sucked for everyone involved.
Peter Schrager, as the Eagles have made the deal, they have traded A.J. Brown. It is a first-round pick in 2028. It is a fifth-round pick next season. He's in New England. Now what? We break it all down. Did Howie Roseman get enough for A.J. Brown? Are we surprised with the compensation? Let's ask the one man who can answer all these questions for us. That is ESPN senior national NFL reporter Sal Paolantonio, who joins me now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Well, Sal, months of speculation have led to A.J. Brown being traded in exchange for a 2028 first-round pick. They do get a fifth-round pick next year. How did we get here where A.J. no longer is a member of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, he clearly wanted out. This was driven by A.J. Brown. This was not driven by the Philadelphia Eagles, Mike. Let's make that perfectly clear to every member of your listening audience. Brown wanted out. And the Eagles wanted to keep him. For the longest time, they tried to convince him to stay, but he wanted to leave. So this was driven by A.J. Brown. He was unhappy with the number of targets he was getting. He was unhappy with the passing game. He was just unhappy, and he couldn't get over the discontent that he had. Obviously, the relationship with Jalen Hurts soured. We could all see it. It played out in real time. No matter what any player says or what Jalen Hurts says, it's clear he went from being, such a close member of his, circle of friends to the point where, he was the godfather of A.J. Brown's child, to the point where, things just sort of broke down completely. So that's part of it. There's no question. But this was A.J. Brown driven. This was not Jalen Hurts driven. It was not Nick Sirianni driven. It wasn't Harry Roseman. It wasn't Jeffrey Lurie. And Brown was, a member of the team that was well-liked. He was well-liked within the locker room. If you remember that report that I did, where Brown went to Jeffrey Lurie on the sideline, and Big Dom sort of mediated a, conversation between the two of them where Brown said he would no longer embarrass the team, promised to do that to Jeffrey Lurie right on the sideline in practice last year. That was all part of, listen, the ownership likes A.J. Brown, the staff likes A.J. Brown, he's liked within the locker room. Let's try to fix this, and it never could get fixed.
So it could not get fixed. They could not find a way to get him back. They could not find him a way to get to another team. Was New England the only option here? And is that why, I don't know, Sal, did you like the compensation? Did they get enough for a player like A.J. Brown?
Well, Michael, another thing happened today that is interconnected with the A.J. Brown trade, and that is the Los Angeles Rams traded for Myles Garrett. They gave up Jared Verse. They gave up a first, a second, and a third-round pick. Now, the Rams were interested in A.J. Brown, but once they realized that they could get Myles Garrett and keep Devontae Adams and use that first-round pick on Myles Garrett instead of A.J. Brown, that removed the Rams from the equation and reduced the leverage that the Eagles had. And they had to settle for what New England gave them, which is a first-round pick in 2028. It's all connected. It's the dominoes falling into place. The Chiefs were never going to give up a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. It simply was not going to happen. They're trying to rebuild their defense. They spent all their draft capital in the early rounds on defense. they understand that for them to get back to the Super Bowl around Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs had to rebuild their defense. I thought they would be interested in Myles Garrett, but they weren't. So really, what other teams could have been in play? Maybe Houston, but I don't think so. There was some other talk about other teams that might get involved, but maybe Baltimore, once they got out of the Max Crosby deal, they had draft picks that they could use to get A.J. Brown. But you got to remember this. A.J. Brown and Mike Vrabel are close. And I think Brown really wanted to go to New England, and I think the Eagles wanted to make him happy.
Yeah, it seems that was one of the things here that maybe hurt the Eagles' leverage it here was that AJ wanted to go here, right? He wanted to go to New England, and they end up, acquiescing to him to some extent here. They get the 2028 first-round pick. But you're right, because the Myles Garrett thing, that is a massive move by the Rams that really pushes the Tide firmly in their direction as the favorite in the NFC. Do you agree?
Well, I mean, you have to agree with me that it was part of the domino of the A.J. Brown deal. Once the Rams were no longer interested, were interested in getting Myles Garrett and realized they could, they had to get out of the A.J. Brown thing. I mean, that's clearly interconnected. You agree with me on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked about it for a while, was that I don't love the compensation, but if you flip the compensation and you yourself got involved on Myles Garrett, then okay. Because to me, Sal, and I don't know if you agree with me or not, I trade A.J. Brown, and I'm no better in 2026. I have Super Bowl aspirations, and I just lost A.J. Brown, and I'm not going to get better because of trading A.J. Brown for 2 more seasons. That's tough to swallow, I think, don't you?
Yes, it is. I think it's difficult. There's no question. The Eagles took a step back in that regard. There's no question about it. There's the old saying, addition by subtraction, and to some degree that's true.
Very, very fair.
Because they don't have a disgruntled wide receiver on their hands anymore. However, you're right, Mike. There's addition by subtraction in terms of the psychology of the football team, if you will. But in terms of the dynamics on the field, whether they can deliver a Super Bowl, losing A.J. Brown and picking up Mekhi Lemon in the draft as his possible replacement, I'm not sure about that. And we can get into the X's and O's about that in particular, because I think it's a very important point. But let me go back to the question that you asked me about the Rams. The Rams are all in. It's Super Bowl or bust. They've got a 38-year-old quarterback in Matthew Stafford on their hands. They realize they're in an arms race with the Seattle Seahawks. It's Les Snead, the GM of the Rams, against John Schneider, the GM of the Seahawks, who just delivered a Super Bowl to Seattle. The NFC West is an arms race. The championship windows that are open in the NFC are as follows.
Yeah.
Rams 1, Seattle 2, San Francisco 3, Philadelphia 4, Green Bay, and maybe Dallas. And by the way, tangentially, parenthetically, boy, did the Dallas Cowboys get ripped off in the Micah Parsons trade when you consider what the Cleveland Browns got for Myles Garrett, no?
I saw that, and I thought the same thing. I also saw how much the Colts gave up for Sauce Gardner. I mean, you're talking about Myles Garrett here. Would you have been interested, because there was some thought that the Eagles made calls and maybe Jalen Carter would have had to been the piece. Would that have been too much if you're the Eagles?
Well, the Eagles are a different situation than the Rams, right? Because the Rams are all in because they have a 38-year-old quarterback. They put all their chips into the middle of the table and said, this is our year. 1. 2, they're competing with the Super Bowl champs in a division that is very strong. And you look at them last year, they were on the doorstep of going back to the Super Bowl, but Seattle shut the door in their face.
Yeah.
And they realize in order to beat Seattle, they got to go out and they got to get Trent McDuffie to play corner, and they got to get Myles Garrett, And they got to get the defense on par with Seattle's defense, be able to go after Sam Darnold by rushing 4 and dropping 7 into coverage and try to do to Seattle what Seattle did to them. That's what this is all about as far as the Rams are concerned.
Well,
but you got to be careful what you wish for, because the Packers got a defensive end last year in Micah Parsons, and he wound up getting hurt, and it ended the Packers' season. So, I mean, it's a very difficult and delicate balance if you're spending, and this is so important for people to understand. When you spend that much draft capital on a non-quarterback, it's a huge gamble, Mike.
Well, if you spend the draft capital that Green Bay spent, I think that the Rams lucked out here. And now they trade Verse, who's a very good player, but they trade a 1, a 2, and a 3 in all different years. So they're not getting whacked all at this in the same draft.
No, they aren't, but they traded Verse and they get Myles Garrett. And it is a huge, I think, still a huge risk for sure. Yeah. I mean, to me, the Rams are close. I mean, they were in the NFC Championship game last year. They're closer than the Eagles. We can agree on that. We can agree on that.
And the fact that now, Sal, by the way, I don't know what your plans were this summer, probably hanging out with Johnny G down the shore here, but I know what you're going to have to do now. You will definitely be at an Eagles joint practice, because that thing's going to be a circus.
Yeah, where is that practice, by the way? Have they established that yet? Is that going to be in Foxborough or South Philly?
It will be in Foxborough.
Okay. Well,
I don't have the dates for that yet. I don't see a date released on that.
Because if it was in South Philly, I could commute from Ocean City.
Exactly. But it will be in Foxborough. It's all
about Johnny G and the Grinder team at Burger Realty and making sure that we get our Uncle Bill's pancakes, and we go. Then you get in the car and you drive up the Parkway and up the Bill Anderson Expressway and you get to NovaCare. So, but the bottom line is that, and don't forget now, the Rams come in week 4, and
that was my follow up. Is you're going to have a joint practice with AJ Brown, and then you got to see Myles Garrett in week 4, and you, as the Philadelphia Eagles, have no new toys of that extent.
Yeah, so we can talk about the X's and O's of the wide receiver roster for this Philadelphia Eagles team now that Brown is officially gone. Because it's very important for Eagles fans to remember this number.
Okay.
A.J. Brown played snaps on the outside as an outside wide receiver. He lined up on the outside 92.7% of the time last year. That was the most in his career. Mekhi Lemon is not going to be able to do that. He's an undersized rookie wide receiver. He's not going to be your X receiver in this offense 92% of the time. Who is going to be that guy?
Right. Yeah.
Is it Dontavian Wicks? That's a huge jump in snaps and responsibility for a guy who was a career backup in Green Bay.
No,
and he's only 6'1", and he's smaller in stature than A.J. Brown.
By the way,
this is an important thing for sure. You know, everybody's looking at Sean Mannion and its impact on Jalen Hurts. But if you take A.J. Brown out of the equation, and he played 92.7% of his snaps as an outside wide receiver last year, and you have to find somebody who's going to play that spot, who can dictate a matchup from the X position in this offense. And that's what this offense has been since Bill Walsh invented it.
Yeah. By the way, the Eagles will play in the Patriots in the preseason on Saturday, August the 22nd. They will have joint practices leading up to that game. So the week of August to what would that be? The week of August 16th to the 22nd, somewhere in there, you will be in Foxborough, okay?
Probably the whole week.
I would imagine. I mean, listen, I like, and the Eagles have been planning for this, right? They've obviously made the moves to plan for it, but it's hard to say how they can replace him Because, Sal, do we both agree that the offense, probably for a good reason, will not look like it has looked the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get across to you is that it's obviously difficult to replace A.J. Brown in that spot. But Mike, he was an unhappy, underperforming wide receiver. Let's establish that.
Well,
And he
the
was not going to be happy.
underperforming part is, I feel, very interesting here. Are the Eagles trying to get out of him a year before? We see wide receivers plummet from 1,500-yard guys to 500-yard guys in the blink of an eye. So do they say, you know what, we're okay because we see the decline?
I didn't think the decline was related to his unhappiness. I think we can agree on that without being armchair psychologists here. I think it's pretty clear. So, he's going to be 29 on June 30th.
Yep.
All right. And I guess it was about a month ago where I said to you these words. Was A.J. Brown going to be really on the Eagles roster at age 31 or age 30?
Right. No.
Probably not.
Probably not. What?
So they got what they could out of him in terms of a trade a year earlier. But you still have to figure out how to run this offense without him. And I would imagine I've only made a cursory look at wide receivers that are out there, but I would imagine they still have to bring in another wide receiver at some point this summer, a veteran wide receiver, a veteran safety, a veteran wide receiver, and maybe another pass rusher. Howie Roseman's never done. He's the GM that never sleeps, and I think he will continue to tinker with this roster, and they'll try to figure out how to make this offense, which is being changed on the fly with different personnel, work.
You've covered many an Eagles seasons. A.J. Brown, 4 seasons. How impactful was his tenure for the Philadelphia Eagles? That was a home run trade, right?
Yes, absolutely. Bottom line is Howie Roseman on draft day got A.J. Brown. His sole purpose was to help bring a Super Bowl trophy to Philadelphia, and he did that. He brought a Super Bowl championship to Philadelphia, and he made a lot of money. He had 2 extensions of $100 million. And, he shouldn't cry about anything. Really, honestly, he shouldn't.
No, you're right.
He shouldn't be unhappy. He shouldn't be unhappy about a single thing. I think the Eagles are the ones that should be a little bit unhappy about the way this whole thing, resolved itself. But in the end, they did what they had to do to try to make everybody happy and make this work.
All right. A.J. Brown is now in New England. By the way, Howie Roseman will talk to reporters at some point today. So that could be happening any moment now. So we'll see what he has to say about that. As A.J. Brown is reunited with Mike Vrabel in New England, the Eagles get a first-round pick in 2028 and a fifth-round pick in next year's draft. When you heard that Waddle trade, did you think the Eagles would have gotten more?
Yeah, maybe. I really didn't calculate that. I think the bottom line is that once the Rams were out, the Eagles' hands were tied. I think once the Rams decided, okay, we can take this first-round pick that we might give up for A.J. Brown and put it in a package to get Myles Garrett, that works for us because we already have Devontae Adams, and they gave Devontae Adams the money that they owed him. They had to really make that trade before they gave Devontae Adams that guaranteed bonus.
Well, Sal Pal, I know we all knew this day was coming, and here it is. And A.J. Brown is out, and the Eagles now will move on without him. And they do not get a player to help the 2026 Eagles. So no A.J. Brown. Do they have enough replacement to be a successful team? Well, the Rams went out and made the big move of the day. They got Myles Garrett today. Woo, baby. He'll be here in week number 4. Sal Pal will be in New England, I'm sure, on August the 28th or the 22nd, the week of, with all the reports from the Eagles joint practices. Well, Sal, I appreciate you jumping on this Monday, man.
I mean, that's okay, Mike. When the schedule came out, you and I went through the wins and the losses, and we did that knowing that Brown would be gone. And I said to you right at the beginning of that broadcast, and I want to repeat it now, because I think it's important for everybody listening to understand that it doesn't really impact what I think will happen this year with this football team. This season, the Eagles have the easiest strength of schedule of any of the NFC teams that made the playoffs last year. That's so important for people to remember.
Okay.
And that, in my opinion, should allow the Eagles to win the NFC East for the third straight year and be in serious competition for the number one seed in the NFC.
Love it. All right. Well, we will talk soon. We know that the Eagles have OTAs and then the mandatories next week. So a lot of Eagles stuff between now and the next 2 weeks here. ESPN Sal Paolantonio, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. Sal, thanks, bud.
You got it, Mike.
All right. A.J. Brown traded to the Patriots, and Sal Paolantonio breaks it down for us right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Now, obviously, this is not a surprise to people. We're not like, whoa. I don't even know that the compensation is much of a surprise. They got a first-round pick in 2028, which has been speculated over time. Some people thought they might get more. They did not. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. We got a lot of reaction on the text board today throughout the show, and I'm going to read them and react to see what you guys think. Do you have an A.J. Brown memory? What is the thing that stands out the most about A.J. Brown's time in Philadelphia? Do you like the trade? Do you not like the trade? Let us know. If you're watching on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or on the X platform, send us a comment in the comments section. We'll pop it up on the screen, and we'll read off all the text messages on the White Horse RV text board. That's coming up on the Sports Bash. A.J. Brown, no longer a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. Hey, I want to tell you about my guys over at Clark's Moving and Storage. You know what? A.J. Brown needs a new mover. Maybe Clark's Moving can help him move all his stuff from Philly to Foxborough. Let me tell you, they help me move, AJ. They can help you move as well. You want to get your stuff out of Philly quick without a scratch? Call my guys at Clark's Moving and Storage, 609-889-0780. That's 609-889-0780. Or visit them on clarksmoving.net. They are an authorized agent for Wheaton Worldwide Moving, so they can move you across the country or from Philly to Foxborough, AJ. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN.
This was driven by A.J. Brown. This was not driven by the Philadelphia Eagles, Mike. Let's make that perfectly clear to every member of your listening audience. Brown wanted out, and the Eagles wanted to keep him. For the longest time, they tried to convince him to stay, but he wanted to leave. So this was driven by A.J. Brown. He was unhappy with the number of targets he was getting. He was unhappy with the passing game. He was just unhappy, and he couldn't get over the discontent that he had.
Sal Paolantonio moments ago on the Sports Bash. This was driven by A.J. Brown. The Eagles did not want to trade A.J. Brown, but he did not want to be here anymore, and he is gone. Brown is traded for a first-round pick, and that is the return plus a fifth-round pick. I don't want to minimize the fifth-round pick, but I think people wanted to know how much they could get for A.J. Brown, and it's not a first-round pick in 2027. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, my God, they didn't get a first-round pick for A.J. Brown next year? And it's like when 2028 gets here, you're going to be like, oh, we have 2 first-round picks. This is unbelievable. But there's 2 seasons that are going to be going on before that actually happens. And I know that just absolutely angers people sometimes when you're like, wait a second. We didn't get a player to help the team out. You didn't get a pick in next year's draft. You're not going to pick to the following draft? 609-403-0973. You heard what Sal Paolantonio said. Anything that stood out that makes you say, okay, that was something that, surprised me a little bit. We got a lot of text messages here. I got one I'm going to read off first. George in Galloway. The Eagles got worse today, substantially worse. Is George in the wrong?
I don't think George is in the wrong in the most literal sense. George and I had a little bit of a dialogue this weekend about, A.J. Brown and some of this stuff. To me, I go back to this, Mike. Sal Pal brought it up. We played the audio there, and I'm just going to repeat it as Sal repeated again. A.J. didn't want to be here. It doesn't matter whatever narrative you want to start with. It's like someone who's in a relationship. If one person doesn't want to be in the relationship, it doesn't matter how great things were. It doesn't matter how perfect of a couple you are. If one person wants out, it doesn't matter about anything else.
One big difference on that is he was contractually obligated to play for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sure. Okay. But you know what? In today's world, these athletes are not going to submit themselves to those parameters anymore. A.J. Brown, as you heard Peter Schrager say earlier, he was going to make things miserable again, potentially. You don't want that in your locker room. The Eagles have made it very clear. They want harmony. They want continuity. They want buy-in from everybody. And sometimes it's almost blind buy-in. Whether we like it or not, AJ did not want to be a part of that anymore. Now, I like what Sal Pal also said. He said, Jeffrey Lurie tried to rectify this. The Eagles tried to rectify this. Big Dom got involved. Everybody and their cousin got involved. No pun intended. But the reality is that AJ wanted to be a New England Patriot. And you know what? It doesn't matter if the Eagles are better or worse now. I would rather not have the player who doesn't want to be here than have him here.
Listen, I don't think anybody's arguing that they should have forced him to stay here. He was under contract. I think the question that George brings up, though, is a fair question. They got worse today. They got substantially worse today. Is that fair? Forget the fact that he didn't want to be here and that he was contractually obligated to play here. They didn't get better today.
They didn't get better on paper, but they got better in terms of continuity and chemistry. You just saw a team in the Seattle Seahawks go to the Super Bowl with really only one wide receiver. Okay, don't get me wrong. I know Cooper Kupp was literally on the roster, and Rashid Shaheed had a couple nice plays in the postseason run. But the Seahawks went to a Super Bowl and won it with one guy.
I agree. Listen, I brought this up many times at Philadelphia. The one thing that you could take away from this is Seattle won a Super Bowl with Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then you can't name wide receiver 2 or 3 or on that team. So the Eagles are saying, look, we've had Brown and Smith. We won a Super Bowl. It hasn't been working. The passing offense has been abysmal. He doesn't want to be here. Let's move on. I can be on board with all of that stuff. I have no problem with the Eagles saying, look, addition by subtraction. I guess the one question I would ask is like George, am I better today without A.J. Brown? That's tough to say. And if I'm going to trade A.J. Brown, I wish I could have helped make this team better.
And I totally understand that point. I would just go back to the question I asked you earlier in the show. When you were calling other teams, the Rams called you, according to reports. There were rumors about the Jags. Obviously, the Patriots land A.J. Brown. There was speculation about a bunch of other teams potentially having maybe what ifs. When Howie called all those teams, did all of them say, you know what? We're not giving you a first-round pick, and the Pats are the only team that were willing to do that?
Yeah, listen, I think the Eagles were backed into a corner here, which it's hard sometimes for us to come to terms with that. Maybe Howie Roseman just could not pull the rabbit out of the hat on this one. He tried, maybe, as Sal said, what other teams were even interested, maybe X, Y, and Z. He mentioned a couple of teams. But that in the end, New England was like, hey, we want them. Nobody else does. This is what we'll give you. Take it or leave it. And when June 1st came around, Howie didn't keep calling. He said, you can have them. And I think that's pretty telling. Now, the question is, on the same day, and as Sal pointed out, the domino effect is across the country, 3,000 miles away, that team didn't just get better. They got substantially better. You get Myles Garrett on the same day that one team trades their top offensive weapon. That's a tough one to take.
It's a tough one to take, but I would mitigate it by saying Howie's season is 365, not just March to August.
That's fair. That's fair. So what's the spinoff of this? I now have a 2028 first-round pick. So you're essentially simmering the water on the boiler for 2 seasons with this pick, trying to figure out, do I make the pick?
Or maybe not. Maybe you flip it at the deadline this year. Maybe, Howie has made tons of moves before the season, in season. Famously, he's gotten guys like C.J. Gardner-Johnson before the season. He acquired Jay Ajayi years ago at the deadline. This is a guy who acquired just this year, Jalen Phillips, and he had a huge impact on the defense this year.
Yeah, this is not to say that, he's done. He's going to sit on his hands now, and this is the team. I think we all understand that. I think on the surface, what you're looking at, though, is could they have gotten more? I don't know. How do you come to terms with what they were able to get for a player like Jalen Waddle, who's nowhere near I don't say nowhere near. That's not fair. He's not as good as A.J. Brown.
He's not a top 5 receiver.
And he gets you 3 picks?
He got you 3 picks. I think 2 of them are first-round picks. I have to look it up again. But still, the point is that he got you way more.
He got you more than what A.J. Brown did.
And by the way, an older Devontae Smith was traded from the Packers to the Raiders years ago. Devontae Adams. He was older when he was traded than A.J. Brown is now, and the Packers got more when they traded him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's other examples, too, where other receivers got more. So that leads us to the question, was it AJ's behavior? Was it the fact that
you brought this behavior up? What is his behavior?
It's the Twitch stream. It's the reading the book on the silent. The media keeps blowing up again and again. It's the idea that AJ Brown says one thing to the media, but then creates this swirling effect outside the locker room that when the players are in the locker room, they got to answer questions about it.
Yeah, those things are annoying. They won a Super Bowl. They went to a Super Bowl. The 4-year run here, there was nothing that was like, this guy's a bad dude.
But again, I said this on Saturday's show. I'm tired of hearing that people keep referencing. No one ever said he's a bad dude, right, Mike? No one's ever said, or at least I've never said it. You've never said it. I don't think Sal Paolantonio's never said he's a bad dude. It's the idea that you can have a friend, right? You love the guy. You've known him for years. You go out, have drinks together, but you just can't be professionally in the same environment with him because he just is too much of a malcontent.
Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, we all have that buddy that we grew up with that, so-and-so is going to be here and he's a pain in the ass. I don't know that A.J. Brown was that buddy, though. That's my point. I don't think he was the buddy that people said, I don't want to go out with tonight because so-and-so is going to be there.
Well, again, going out and working together is what I'm differentiating. I think in a world down 5-10 years down the road, AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts are going to do an interview together and they're going to hash all this out. This is going to be like Shaq and Kobe, like 5-10 years from now, right? I don't think this is the Donovan McNabb, Terrell Owens situation.
No. I mean, if it is, they've hit it pretty well. Like if this is T.O. and Donovan, they've done a much better job of basically sweeping that under the rug.
Yeah, I don't think it's that at all.
I go off of the experience that I have. And listen, I'm going off of body language and reading people here. That doesn't mean I'm right. When we asked Jacoby Dean about A.J. Brown, smile from ear to ear. That's my guy. Loved him. Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship. I mean, we were literally standing face-to-face with those guys. We had them on the radio at Radio Row. Both of those guys simultaneously, yo, that's my guy, A.J. Brown. You almost feel like if they had to pick one or the other of who they like more, I'd hate to say it, but I think AJ's probably the more relatable guy than the quarterback.
100% he is a more relatable guy. But I will flip it back to you by asking this. You did just all mention defensive players, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. Saquon Barkley did not speak very disparaging of A.J. Brown recently.
No, but I don't think he's spoken positive, like overly positive or overly negative at all.
I'd have to be refreshed on what Saquon said, but he's the only one that I know has been asked about him in the most recent 2 to 3 weeks.
I think we all throw the Jalen Hurts answer under the, out with the bathwater at this point. I mean, Jalen barely can communicate a normal sentence.
Yeah, to me, Jalen Hurts is just an unrelatable guy. I've been very stiff. He's just not relatable.
Right.
Like, the fact that he's the quarterback of the team changes everything because he's the quarterback. I mean, if he was like a wide receiver and that was him, he'd be a tough guy to get along with, I would imagine.
But the problem is in today's world, you're always going to pick the quarterback over the receiver 9 times out of 10.
1,000%.
You can find a receiver. You can't find a quarterback.
Yeah, and I think the Eagles have done a good job of replacing him, AJ. The question I have is, could they have got compensation that could help them in another area?
Well, the other side of the question is the thing you brought up to Sal Pal, and Sal didn't want to fully go there. So I'll kind of spin your question back to you, Mike. How much did the A.J. Brown depreciating value as physically depreciating value? A.J. Brown may still be the hardest worker. He might be a great teammate. He might be whatever we want to list it, okay? Everyone loves him. But is the body slowing down and the Eagles are saying, we just need to get out of it before he breaks down on us. And other teams are saying, you're giving us a depreciating value. We're not going to pay top dollar for it.
If you are looking at this from any positive stance other than addition by subtraction, it's that you got out before the crash. That's it. I mean, that the Eagles know something and they're getting out ahead of time.
And did other teams also know that too?
Well, the only thing I would say on that is this. Last year when we talked about the Eagles offense and the struggles and why A.J. Brown struggled, there were certain people that came on our air and would say, well, him getting out of the breaks, his times aren't nearly as fast. I mean, there's a dip there. I mean, quite frankly, if I was to say to you, take the name Brown off the back of his jersey last year, and I said you just lost a guy that had 78 catches for 1,000 yards with 7 touchdowns, you would say that's a pretty good player, but not a great player. I mean, 1,000-yard season. So you might say, did you start? And that was in 15 games, so he missed 2. Could you then say, well, listen, he had 1,000 yards, 13 yards a catch, 78 catches as a declining player? So is next year, I always talk about you have a guy like Julio Jones is a name we bring up a lot, right? Who went from like an 1,800-yard guy to like a 500-yard guy.
Right.
And there's a lot of guys like that. Not a lot, but I mean like a pocket of elite receivers who went from a household first-round fantasy, like
DeAndre
in the
Hopkins.
the fantasy football world where they were home run first-round picks every single year, and then they just weren't.
Roddy White.
Is A.J. Brown that guy? Is he the guy that's the – and I don't even know that he was like, in Philly, he had a 1,500-yard year, a 1,500-yard year, and then his last 2 years, he was just over 1,000.
Right.
Now, in 2024, he only played 13 games. But did the Eagles say we're getting out of this a year ahead of time? And because if we didn't get out now, we're not getting a first-round pick.
Maybe it's as simple as the Eagles said, you know what? We know the direction his body is going in, and we think Devontae Smith doesn't have much tread on the physical wear and tear tires.
Jay from Atlantic City says, I agree with the thought that it's really hard to believe that they couldn't get more for AJ. Okay, let's see what else we got here. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. My best memory of AJ is him reading the books on the sideline. That can't be the best memory. Come on. The guy won a Super Bowl here. If anyone thinks A.J. Brown isn't going to play top-notch in New England, Google him opening a Brady Patriots jersey about a year ago. That's from Jess in Atlantic City. Well, Jess, I don't know if you saw, if you go to his Instagram, he just posted a picture of him as a kid wearing a Patriots jersey, and he just posted on Instagram.
Yeah, I have this statement here in front of me. It just dropped. It says, Eagles Nation, thank you for welcoming my family and me with open arms for day one. This city, this locker room, and this fan base will always hold a special place in my heart. To my brothers in that locker room, thank you for going to battle with me every day. The memories we made together on and off the field are something I'll carry with me forever. To the coaching staff, trainers, equipment staff, the cafeteria workers, and the cleaning crew, thank you for everything you do behind the scenes to keep us going. There are so many people in the building who make it possible for us to go out there and compete, and I'm grateful for all of you for playing thanks for all you. Playing for this city has been an honor, and I'm thankful every moment I have had in Midnight Green. Thank you, Philly. Much love. Always. God bless. 11.
Okay.
By the way, it's all in caps, so kind of like I lost track there a little bit.
It's a shame that it's got to this point, but keep in mind, and you don't want to minimize this at all. He has had a lot of mental health issues during his time, and you wonder how much he just said, I just can't deal with coming back here any longer. Because let's be honest, when the offense hasn't been going well, I have a feeling that his mentions are not the greatest mentions in the world.
And he has shut down his social media at times. So there have been
It almost feels like he just needed a new embrace because it was so toxic here, because this offense has just not been what everybody would think that this offense should be with the talent that they have. A.J. Brown traded today. It's official. He's in New England. We'll close out the show coming up next. Getting ready to get out of here, everybody. It's a big day today. A.J. Brown traded. Also, Myles Garrett was traded. Don't forget that. That part of it was crazy, too. Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. So you don't have A.J. Brown, and now they have Myles Garrett. It was a big day in the NFL. June 1st, the Patriots tweeting out WR1 and a picture of A.J. Brown wearing a Patriots uniform. And A.J. Brown has posted as well. So we have all of that happening in the last really hour and 20 minutes or so when A.J. Brown got traded right around 4:30 today, 4:40, somewhere in that range, 4:20. I don't know, remember exactly the time, but it was right during football at 4. If you missed our conversation with Geoff Mosher when it happened, he broke the news on the show, and then Sal Paolantonio joined us at 5 o'clock. You can watch the show back on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Didn't get as much into the Phillies today as I would have liked to, but tomorrow we'll have more Phillies because they play the Padres tomorrow. We definitely got to dive into some stuff there. 609-403-0973. Bunch of text messages over on the White Horse RV text board. We'll do them again tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. We got the best of the Sports Bash hour coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. By the way, if you missed any of the show, you can always check it out on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. We talked with LaSalle head basketball coach Darris Nichols. He was a teammate with Mike Gansey at West Virginia. Who's Mike Gansey? He's the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. So go back and check that conversation out with Darris Nichols. Phillies off tonight. So enjoy your night, everybody. And remember the good times that A.J. Brown brought you. A Super Bowl championship and a first-round pick in 2028. Josh Henning produced the show. I'm Mike Gill. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. I'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash.